All right, good Sunday evening, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Scott Cover working alongside Meteorologist Bella Grace this evening. Another round of severe storms now moving back into 5 country. Here's what happened. We had some early morning rain, some thunderstorms. We had hoped that would prevent the atmosphere from recharging this evening, but wasn't enough. So we've got some thunderstorms developing. We do have tornado watches in effect for almost all of 5 country. The only exception is actually Johnson County. That watch in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. Do have a tornado warning off towards the west. It's just going to be to the north of Tahlequah. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for western Benton County. It is just a thunderstorm warning, so there's no active tornado warning. But what the Weather Service is actually able to do as of late is they're able to add some tags, and it's pretty much just some extra language in those warnings that says, you know what, there could be a tornado possible. So severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. Not seeing anything evident right now, getting ready to move into western Benton County in terms of actual tornadic signature, but there are some signals in our radar data that suggest there very well could be some damaging winds coming out of that system. 60-mile-per-hour winds. That warning does include that language for western Benton County. You can see that polygon. Bella, if we could zoom in a little bit closer into northwestern Arkansas here, we're going to eventually address these cells off towards the south. In fact, Bella, as you're working on that, I can take control. Thank you so much. Decatur right here, you're probably going to be seeing those winds here shortly. That warning is actually going to be in effect. Let's see here. Let's do a storm track on that. That warning will be in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. So looking to be about 41 more minutes. Current time here coming up on 6:19. So we're going to have a ways to go before that warning is allowed to expire. That's not the only issue. Of course, we've got this tornado warning back off towards the west. That's going to be just to the north of Tahlequah. We've had another cell that's going to get ready to move towards the Gore area. So we're talking west of Sallisaw. Here's Sallisaw, of course. Here's going to be I-40. Takes you to Gore and Sims. That cell doesn't look like much right now. It is severe thunderstorm warned. It did have a tornado warning on it earlier, and there are some reports that we did see, in fact, some tornado damage early in that storm's life cycle. As of right now, however, that storm has fallen below tornadic parameters, so that warning has been allowed to drop. There are others off towards the south that I'm going to keep a close eye on. I think some of these storms off towards the south are actually probably going to be moving into LaFleur County here shortly. You can see this storm right here. It's under a severe thunderstorm warning. It's starting to show some more organization. There's a couple of things I don't like about the way that cell looks. I'm going to pause this, take us to current, and what you're going to find here on radar is you got that inflow notch, right? You can kind of start to see a bit of a hook starting to try to develop. The other concerning aspect of that storm is you take a broader perspective off towards the south, there's really nothing out here blocking it. So it's probably got a decent amount of inflow pushing into it. So right now, Poto, you know what? We're not under a warning yet, but if you're streaming us there in Poto, you know what? It's probably a good idea to go ahead and just start getting ready just in case that warning eventually does come. Again, nothing concerning at the moment, but perhaps we're starting to see some of those early signs take shape that could suggest something it might be trying to tighten up, trying to wrap up there. I'm going to take us back over here towards the winds. I'm curious about the velocity signatures. Velocity is our way of looking up in the storm and assessing the winds. And right now, I see a little bit of some loose rotation, some weak rotation, probably just to the south of Tallahena by a few miles. That, though, probably getting ready to move into southern LaFleur County over the next hour or so. In fact, let's put a storm track on that. What we're going to find is this storm specifically is moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. If we are to track that out at 30 miles per hour towards the northeast, we're going to get some ETAs, some folks that are going to be in the path of this storm should it maintain its current strength, its current speed, and track. Those things are all subject to change. We can see storms change their path, especially stronger storms. But as of right now, general idea, Huebner, about 748. So we're tracking these storms pretty slowly. They're not exactly moving quickly at the moment. That's not to say they won't speed up. So we're going to have to stay on our game and make sure we're tracking those for any potential changes. I do want to do an area-wide view of live radar. What we'll find is there's a cluster of thunderstorms back off towards the west, developing out in Oklahoma. This cluster right here did have, it looks like it still does have a tornado warning. Again, that's still going to be to the north of Tahlequah, but you start to find these more discrete thunderstorms popping up here in eastern Oklahoma. In fact, looks like we're having a brand new tornado warning just pop back up for that cell right there. We'll take another look at that. It does look like it has more of an easterly track as opposed to northeasterly, which could bring it our direction. Still a ways away. Right now, it's going to include Eufaula. So, of course, here's Lake Eufaula. Here's going to be I-40. That's a tornado warning now issued. Also includes Dutchess Landing. It does include a portion of I-40. Here's Warner. Here's Chakotah, so we're going to be just to the south of that system. I know it doesn't look like a lot, but these cells, given how discrete and isolated in nature that they are, especially early in this evening, so we still have a pretty primed atmosphere above us. We did see some clouds breaking. I say all that to say there's probably enough storm fuel or energy in the atmosphere above us that would support these thunderstorms continuing to develop. And as we're seeing here, there's probably going to be a little bit of rotation. If we take a look at that, you can easily identify where it's at. It's not exactly the most pronounced signature. You'd probably want to see a bit more red, some opposing colors, but nonetheless, certainly some rotation there just to the southwest of Eufaula. So if you're in Eufaula, maybe you know someone there, it's probably a good idea to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. Your tornado warning that was just issued for you, that's set to expire at 7 o'clock this evening, so we still have a ways to go before that threat passes you, and we'll have to see where those storms inevitably end up going. That one tracking a little bit further off towards the east. I'm curious how quick it's moving. According to latest radar indications, that's moving a little bit slower, down to about 25 miles per hour. You start to take a look at the Fort Smith radar, certainly seeing a pretty similar rotation signature in this general area. We tracked that out. Putting that same track on it, we're going to take it a little bit further than the actual warning polygon itself. And what this allows us to do is it allows us to give you even more of a heads up. So here's Eufaula, ETA for you folks right around 6:30. You don't have a lot of wiggle room there. So those tornado safety precautions, now's the time to be going ahead and executing those. Sims at 7:19, Weber's Falls at 7:31. So a little more than an hour away. That's assuming this storm doesn't speed up or change course. Again, those storms certainly can do that. It doesn't look like a whole lot. Starting to see a bit of an inflow notch there, maybe suggesting that storm's trying to get its act together. We do want to keep an eye on the rest of the area, just given there are several other thunderstorms out there. This one specifically, I told Bella just before we came on, that's the one I want to keep a close eye on, likely moving into LaFleur County before too long. That one, the reason I'm more concerned with it, at least as of right now, given the way things currently look, there's just nothing out ahead of it. You don't find a lot of storms or rain to the south, so perhaps that atmosphere likely a bit more untapped, which would support some additional storm development. Do have a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for parts of western Benton County. That same area, I was with you early this morning, right around 2 o'clock. We had a tornado warning, so I know you folks are probably tired of this weather pattern, but nonetheless, Decatur, Gravette, Sulphur Springs, you've got a pretty strong storm moving your direction. Gentry and Siloam, you're in this severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like the bulk of the activity, at least right now, passes just off to your north. If we're in Bella Vista, heads up, not in the actual severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. That's not to say that we don't eventually get one extended out a little bit further towards the east, which may perhaps include Pea Ridge and Bentonville. At least as of right now, Weather Service opting not to extend that just yet. Probably going to wait and see what this does. Given these storms are moving so slow, we're able to have some time. You do see the lightning starting to tick up there. Certainly suggests there could be a very healthy supercell trying to get its act together. There is a tornado warning back off towards the south and west, a different part of that cell, a different part of that cluster of storms. Now here's another thing, just in the full spirit of transparency, you start to see some of these storms develop into a bit of a cluster. That generally bodes better for us than perhaps those individual discrete supercells that are trying to develop on that southern flank of the system. Nonetheless, though, even with that said, so here's going to be Lost City, here's Snake Creek, Creek, Bull Hollow. That was a town we called out early this morning as well. Here's probably going to be your area of concern. You can make out that red polygon. That's the tornado warning. It's still a bit off to our west, but given the track of that system, we very well could find it in parts of Delaware, Adair County, before eventually perhaps into northwestern Arkansas. Assuming that this activity moving through right now, which is severe in of itself, right? Assuming that doesn't stabilize the atmosphere. Hopefully that's the case. It sure would be nice if we could give you an all clear, but as of right now, not only are we going to be concerned with the cell moving through, we're going to have to keep a close eye on that cell right there. In fact, I'd like to take a look at rotation on the winds on that system, give us an idea of any rotation that might be there. Certainly looks like there could be some weaker rotation. There's something trying to happen right here. It's not exactly the strongest, but enough that a tornado warning is definitely the right move with that system. You also got some flash flooding ongoing out there. That's going to be the secondary concern following the actual severe weather aspect. There's a lot of moisture above us. In fact, if you were outside at all today, you probably know that it was pretty muggy, right? So these storms are going to tap into that moisture, which is going to inevitably result on some pretty efficient rainmakers. They'll be able to dump a lot of rain real quick, especially as they move over the same areas over and over and over again. We do have tornado watch in effect till 11 o'clock this evening. What we're going to do here is I'll take us a bit wider perspective. So I've taken off the radar and I'm just showing you watches and warnings. Let's walk through this. The yellow here, that's going to be your tornado watch till 11 o'clock this evening. It includes all of 5 country. The only exception is here in Johnson County, not included in that watch, at least as of right now. The idea is hopefully that threat lessens the further east these storms get. You do have a severe thunderstorm watch. You've got, severe thunderstorm warning, meaning severe weather happening here in parts of Delaware and Benton County. You've got another severe thunderstorm warning, and looks like we have a brand new one flashing. That's just popping up, and being that it's outlined in black, that's the Weather Service's way of indicating to us that a tornado is also possible in that storm. That's going to be for LaFleur and Pushmataha counties. In addition to the rotation that we're going to have to watch for that storm, we could be seeing some winds up to about 60 miles per hour. So here's going to be the Poto area. So it's still up to your southwest. We're kind of giving you that early heads up that you got a nasty storm trying to move your direction, probably in an environment that is favorable for some additional development, some strengthening as we go into the afternoon and evening hours. So let's just keep that in mind. Could be a bit of a volatile situation that could be unfolding here over the next half hour. A little bit more messy right now, but nonetheless, it definitely looks like it's trying to organize itself in that part of this part of the area. Still, the worst of which hasn't actually moved into LaFleur County. So here's going to be our county line, but here is the actual storm. You just got a new scan moving in. On that same path, it does bring it into LaFleur County probably in the next half hour. It's moving a little bit slower. That storm also now down to about 35 miles per hour off towards the north and east. So a few folks that are going to be in the path of that storm: Whitesboro, Summerfield, of course, Tallahena. There's the state park there, Comanche, and Moose as well. So let's just keep that in mind if you're in any of those areas. You got a storm that's going to bring some real gusty winds at a minimum, up to about 60 miles per hour. You could have some heavier rains, frequent lightning and thunder, the typical severe weather setup in those thunderstorms. Also going to have to keep an eye on this tornado warning. Look, it's not in our area. It's not in 5 country yet, but it's close enough, too close for comfort. Here's Eufaula. You got that area of rotation in this general area right here. That's going to keep pushing a little bit closer to us. If that storm maintains its strength and its track, it could be our problem here soon. So if you live maybe east of this red polygon, let's just keep that in mind, that we're going to have to pay close attention to that system, as it eventually could track close to Sallisaw. Now, I know Sallisaw, especially south of I-40, if you live in this area, you got a lot of heavy rain. You might even have a little bit of lightning and thunder. You might also be having some showers and brushy. That's not actually severe right now. Your main concern still back off towards the west, just to the south of Chakotah, north and west of Eufaula. That's where that general storm system is going to be located. Starting to see some rotation southwest of Eufaula. In fact, there's actually a storm chaser on that storm that recently shot some video showing there's a bit of a lowering in that cloud near Eufaula. So it doesn't necessarily surprise me, just given the shape. Kind of has that kidney bean shape, right? You start to get that hook, that hook echo, that inflow notch, that warm, moist air pumping right into the storm. That's often a telltale sign that we could see some rotation continue to try to tighten up. We've not checked on those winds in just a moment, so we can take a look now. And yeah, I definitely start to see more of those greens meeting up with the reds, and I know that could be a bit tricky for us, and here's what that means. The greens, well, that's just wind blowing towards the radar, and we're utilizing the Fort Smith radar here this afternoon, this evening. Reds, that's wind blowing away from the radar. So you get those winds meeting up, going in opposite directions, really close to each other. That's what we call a couplet. That's Doppler radar indicated rotation. We have that. There's no question about it. There's a little bit of rotation right there. It's not necessarily the strongest, but with that chaser seeing a lowering in the cloud, that certainly warrants some special attention. If we're here in Eufaula, if we live anywhere in that red polygon, that's a tornado warning. It's going to be in effect until about 7 o'clock this evening, I believe is the time on that one. Let me double check myself. Looks like that is, in fact, 7 o'clock this evening. Right now, current time here, 6:32, coming up on 6:33. So we're going to have a little less than about another half hour to go before that warning is set to expire. Do have another tornado warning up towards the north. This is going to be to the north of Tahlequah. You can see that red polygon includes Lost City and Snake Creek. Does not include Tahlequah. It's just to the north. A bit of rotation there, a bit messy of a signal. They did just trim that warning. You saw them drop some folks out of it. Here's the threat. Really loosely defined rotation right here. A bit more on the broad side rotation nonetheless. So certainly a threat there. That's going to continue for Cherokee and parts of Mays County. That's the warning that's filling in. Certainly see a bit of a sign there. That's going to eventually move towards Leech, which is near where we had likely tornado damage early this morning. So this area of the state, area of eastern Oklahoma, certainly getting a good working over here over the last 12 to 24 hours. That very well could move towards western Benton County. That's certainly something we're going to have to watch, and that's the reason the tornado watch is in effect. We take a look into western Benton County. Here's Gravette, Decatur, Gentry, and Siloam. You got Colcord off towards the west, and here's Jay. Nothing tornado warned at the moment. I think there's probably some breezy conditions, certainly some gusty winds. Could be gusting up to about 60 miles per hour with that system there. That's really close to tracking off into Missouri. With that said, if you're in Bella Vista, you're probably going to see those winds pick up here real shortly as well. I'd like to bring meteorologist Bella Grace in. Bella, you've been working off air and taking a look at things. Is there anything interesting that you're seeing that we need to be paying close attention to here this evening?
You know, we're just keeping an eye on kind of everything right now. I think you were right on the money with that lower storm system moving into LaFleur County. You've got a little bit of rotation just trying to pop up off over that little area. So we're keeping an eye on that one. But really, we're just watching all of these storms try and roll in. Wind is picking up across the area. We're watching new warnings and watches come out. Depending on where you're at, it's a pretty active pattern for us, and we're starting to watch these showers try to push in. A lot of them, like you were showing, are off just over the line. We're watching those move closer and closer. I think northwest Arkansas in Benton County specifically is going to start to see those showers here in the next couple of minutes, as well as our southwest portions of the River Valley.
I think we're also seeing some good rain right now here in Muldrow. You got Sallisaw coming down pretty good there, especially along the river, Brent. So not severe, but certainly a good soaking downpour for anyone traveling, let's just say, between Fort Smith and Vian. You've got that strong thunderstorm. Not severe at the moment. Certainly warrants paying attention to. I'll tell you, anything that develops out there this afternoon into this evening, it's going to warrant paying close attention to. We had those thunderstorms and the rain move through early this morning. We had really hoped that would linger long enough to keep the atmosphere cooled down, prevent it from recharging or adding any more storm fuel back to the air. But we got some breaks in the clouds. You got some good southerly flow. Those things coming together to bring in some more storm fuel or energy right above us. So these storms are tapping into it. There's enough wind shear out there still that anything that is able to pulse up, it's going to have that ability to start to rotate. We're seeing that out there in this specific storm near Eufaula. This tornado warning in effect until 7 o'clock. That rotation, it's not much different than it was just a few moments ago. I see some there. It's pretty broad. It's not exactly the strongest rotation, but certainly if I'm in Eufaula, perhaps even Dutchess Landing, I'm going to put my shoes on and get into that safe place, putting as many walls between me and the exterior of my home as possible. Certainly could be something there. We've had a storm chaser report out of the Eufaula area that there's a bit of a lowering in the cloud deck. Could be a wall cloud trying to develop. And of course, that's a precursor to what we would expect in that tornado genesis process. Not happening right now. I don't have any confirmation of anything on the ground right now. That's not to say that doesn't change soon. The good news is we still have a little bit of daylight out there left. Right now, current time 6:37. So with some spotters and some chasers in the field, we'll probably get some ground truth pretty quickly, and that'll help to back up anything that we might be seeing on Doppler radar. So the severe thunderstorm warning for Benton County is going to continue. Looks like we're probably doing some morning maintenance. They're going to be trimming off Delaware County. The threat, at least with regards to that one specific thunderstorm, has diminished in Delaware County. It's moved now into Benton. You're still looking at winds up to about 60 miles per hour. That's enough to toss some loose lawn furniture around. It's enough to break some weak limbs, lift up a little bit of debris. So certainly want to take precautions there. If we're in Siloam, Decatur, Bella Vista, Bentonville, Rogers, the I-49 corridor, you're not in the actual severe thunderstorm warning as of this moment. That's not to say those winds might not pick up 40 to 50 miles per hour here in the next hour or so as well. And of course, we keep our eye on this tornado warning back off towards the west. It's getting ready to move back into the Leech community. That same area got hit last night with a likely tornado. I think we're still waiting on the Weather Service to confirm it. A little bit of rotation. As we take a closer look, you can see that it's not as organized as you would expect, but I do think there's maybe even a couple of areas of rotation within that storm. Brand new data just coming in, not a lot of changes there. You would want to see some more reds really tightly wound up into that system, into those wind velocity pixels, but we're not seeing that. So I think there's probably enough rotation to certainly warrant that tornado warning, which is still going to be in effect for you folks there that live in it until 6:45. So looks like you've got just about, we're coming up on 6:39, so you got about 6 more minutes to go. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't continue that out a little bit further, just given there is some weak rotation with it. It's not exactly the most impressive, but it's rotation nonetheless. And then, of course, we're going to have to continue to watch back off towards the southwest. I'll tell you, something just caught my eyes. We take a look into that cell. We've been kind of talking about it. That's going to move into parts of southern LaFleur County. Maybe we're getting a bit more organization there. We're starting to see more of those reds co-locating with the greens. That tells us we got some winds moving in opposing directions. That's rotation. That's rotation starting to develop. In fact, what I'd like to do actually is back this up a few minutes. We can track this, and it's really broad, really loose, and it starts to move in a little bit closer, and maybe we're starting to see those colors become a bit more brighter. Also noticing an uptick in the lightning, and that can be a sign that that updraft, the air moving up into the storm, might be intensifying. So we want to pay close attention to this. Severe thunderstorm right now, that's what your warning is for. I do believe this specific storm also has the tornado possible tag. 60 mile per hour winds, could have up to 3/4 inch hail. Now I'll just tell you, 3/4 inch hail is actually below severe weather thresholds. You need to have an inch in diameter, which is about the size of a quarter, right? That's what triggers the severe thunderstorm warning. We're just below that. But if that updraft continues to grow, we could start to see some hail. I think damaging winds certainly could be very possible right now. Of course, it's pretty mountainous region right here, and that's going to get ready to move into southwestern LaFleur County here soon. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to back up a little bit. I'm going to zoom out, and we're going to put a new track on this. And what I'd like to do is time this out for folks. Of course, the warning, if you live in it, it runs until 7:15, but we actually have the ability to give a bit further advanced warning for some folks that might be living outside of that polygon. Hopefully this helps you plan your evening. If we take that on its current track and on its current speed, that puts that in Heavener right around 741, Poto 754, Spiro there at 813. Looks like back into northwestern Arkansas, we have a brand new warning. Stand by for details on that. Just as we expected and talked about earlier, looks like it's going to clip Bella Vista. Now, I know this is going to be a funny looking warning. It's got Sulphur Springs, Bella Vista. We miss Pea Ridge. Here's the actual warning. Looks like a bit of a triangle. Also includes Gravette and parts of Decatur. The reason why this stops at the state line is not because the threat respects that invisible boundary, right? That'd be silly. It's because we have the Weather Service out of Springfield that's responsible for the Missouri area. It's likely that if you live just across the state line, we're probably just seconds, if not minutes, away from Springfield going ahead and issuing a thunderstorm warning for that as well. So that's why that warning might look a little bit different to you. It does not include Bentonville. We probably do have some scattered showers right now in Bentonville. You got some scattered showers near Pinnacle, X and A. Rain's about to pick up just off towards the west. It's pretty breezy in Gentry and Decatur right now. Heavy rain coming down in Sulphur Springs. That severe thunderstorm warning. That one, specifically that brand new one, that's going to run for us until 7:30. It has winds up to about 60 miles per hour as well in it. In addition to that 60 mile per hour wind potential, you could also be getting some small hail out of that. I'm talking pea size, I'm talking penny size. Generally speaking, sub-severe, enough that it might hurt a little bit, and especially if the wind's whipping at about 60 miles per hour, that's not exactly going to feel the greatest. So if you live there, just know that it's probably a good idea to come inside and get out of the elements before that storm rolls in. Bella Vista, you're certainly going to be seeing that knocking on your back doorstep here real soon. That's the newest warning. We take a broader perspective all across the 5 country. Still have 2 tornado warnings, both of which are not in our neck of the woods just yet. But they're both generally tracking towards the east-northeast. Here's this red polygon number 1, red polygon number 2. This one's in Eufaula. Now, starting to see some data that indicates it's running into a part of the atmosphere that may not be favorable to support or to sustain rotation or a tall updraft in the cell. And so while we're not letting our guard down yet in Eufaula, we certainly do have reason to stay put in our safe place. Perhaps we start to see some better news over the next couple of minutes as that storm inches a little bit closer to I-40. Now, with that said, as we've kind of been discussing this evening, this cell getting ready to move into LaFleur County, that one may have something to it. It's been organizing over the last few cycles, starting to try to take shape. We're noticing a bit more of those lightning strikes. Again, a telltale sign that maybe your updraft's starting to really take root. Maybe it's starting to develop. It's going to be strengthening as it moves there into southern LaFleur County. That's going to be south of Poto. You got some rain developing in Poto right now. Parts of town, not everyone's seeing it, but certainly over the next hour, hour and a half, as that slow-moving storm pushes your direction, you're probably going to see conditions deteriorate with that cell right there. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Adair, Cherokee, Delaware, Mays, Rogers, and Wagner County. Again, for the most part, outside of our neck of the woods, and that's going to be for nearing 1-inch hail and up to 60 miles per hour winds. It does look like we have some good news to report to you this evening. That tornado warning for Cherokee and Mays counties, that has been allowed to expire for the time being. You'll probably see that drop off the map here real shortly. That would leave us with this one Eufaula tornado warning right here. Overall, that storm really doesn't look too impressive. Pretty small storm. You look into the winds, there's probably some really broad, loose rotation there. Depending on how you look at it, we can slice it and dice it. You do find a bit of a couplet here, so you got some winds that are in red. That's blowing towards the west, perhaps, away from the Fort Smith radar, and greens, that's going to be blowing towards it. That's where you start to see that rotation. It's not really tightly as wound up as it once was. Rotation nonetheless. We'll see what the Weather Service does. Something tells me that may very well be allowed to expire unless it pulses up here real soon. Looks like we have about 15 minutes to go for that. Looks like we do have brand new severe thunderstorm warnings that are replacing the tornado warnings that were in effect for parts of Jay, the Kansas community, Siloam Springs, Pin Oak Acres, Chewy, and Bull Hollow. Certainly some strong damaging winds, 60 to 70 miles per hour, seeing frequent lightning, so you're probably hearing those rumbles of thunder as well. The rain's going to pick up, but at least for the time being, our tornado threat's not exactly there. And that's why they have allowed that to expire a little bit earlier than previously scheduled. But what we're starting to see, a lot of warnings being issued. Not only do you find all those yellows and oranges, that's going to be our severe thunderstorm warnings. You start to find these yellows and these greens, and that's our flash flood warnings. And as these storms are moving so stinking slowly, they're going to dump a lot of rain. There's so much moisture in the atmosphere above us. It's so muggy out there, right? If you spent any time at all today, you thought, boy, it is just soupy. Well, these storms are going to use that moisture, and they're going to become pretty efficient rainmakers. That's why you start to see the flash flooding concern really start to pick up, especially when these storm movements, 25 to 35 miles per hour. Boy, that's some pretty slow driving, right? Well, these storms are moving at that speed, or in some cases, even slower. Some more good news to pass along to you, that tornado warning for Haskell and Pittsburgh County, that Eufaula storm, we just talked about it, right? They've allowed that tornado warning to expire as expected. That's some good news. There is a storm spotter on the Pegs storm, and right now there's no rotation noted with that. So looks like these storms really pulsed up. We're not going to give everyone the complete all clear for the evening. I think we're going to have a couple of more hours to go. Still some severe weather out there as it pushes right back into 5 country. So we're going to have to stay around all evening long to track these storms. We'll have the full team here doing just that for you. If you're just joining us on our streaming platforms, Chief Meteorologist Scott Covert here wasn't supposed to start work until tomorrow evening, but it looks like Mother Nature had some different plans, and so happy to be here with you this evening working alongside meteorologist Bella Grace. She's crunching numbers off screen, keeping us posted as new warnings and new information becomes available. As radar scans the skies, we don't have a lot going on in the river valley, but that's likely going to change. But it may be a few more hours for some folks, especially towards the eastern extent of our area. You got some storms moving into northwestern Arkansas. They are severe. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings there. Those moving in a little bit earlier than what we're going to see move into the river valley later this evening. Here's going to be Bentonville. Here's the XNA airport. Here's Gentry. We're dry in Gentry. We're dry at XNA, but boy, rain just off to our north, and it's probably a heavy rain. Not only is that rain coming down pretty hard, you got some pretty breezy winds out of there. About 60 miles per hour is going to be pretty common in just about any of these storms that develop this evening. That severe thunderstorm warning, the latest, that runs until 7:30, and it is for specifically 60 mile per hour winds, but we're not going to be surprised if there's not a little bit of hail coming out of those storms, especially here in Bella Vista. Grav at the worst looks to be passing off just barely to your east, so you're going to see the rain start to relax, at least temporarily. Looks like we may have some more back off to our west that we're going to see move into the area. So even if we're in Rogers and we're in Bentonville, nothing in a warning right now, that's not to say that doesn't change as those other storms back off towards the west and southwest do start to move our direction. These storms generally moving towards the east-northeast, a bit of a northern slant. You start to see Bull Hollow here. Here's Leech. Here's Snake Creek, Pin Oak Acres, Pryor Creek. You get pretty close to the Tulsa radar. That line of storms, while not actually producing any rotation at the moment, it has earlier this evening. This specific cell was tornado warned, and it's not uncommon, as you probably know. Of course, you deal with the weather around these parts. You're pretty familiar with the general life cycle of these storms. Sometimes they'll pulse up, and look at that rotation to really develop and take hold, and then you start to see it pulse down. That could be happening with that storm specifically. So we want to just stay on top of that, especially those storms off towards the south that could be just getting going. Are definitely keeping a close eye on this southernmost storm that's really almost entirely, well, that's about half in LeFlore County right now. It's a slow mover. That storm specifically, 25 to 35 miles per hour. So it may take some time before it gets to the Poto area. The latest storm track on that has it moving at 35, which would put it in Poto a ways from now. Heavener first, eventually the northernmost extent into the Poto area. We probably track that into parts of Sebastian County, perhaps maybe Scott County. Certainly is going to get close to it. So I know Lavaca, you got some rain right now. probably some heavy rain there. That's not actually severe at the moment. You got some moderate showers falling in Poto, not severe either. The real severe storm still back off towards the southwest. We're going to keep a close eye on that one for you as well. I'm familiar with at least one chaser that I've been just talking with over the last hour that may have plans to try to get a visual on that storm. Should they actually do that, we will definitely keep you posted with what we're seeing from the field. So, of course, we utilize Doppler radar a lot, but the truth is, even as good as Doppler has become in the last several years, still to this day, ground truth from spotters and chasers, emergency managers, still better than anything else. So with a little bit of daylight left to go, we might be able to get some reports from that area as to what we're seeing. We had some chasers confirming a wall cloud on this Eufaula storm earlier. That warning has since been allowed to expire. It probably should fall off our map here real shortly. Looks like we're getting an update from the Storm Prediction Center regarding that tornado watch that they issued. That's actually going to be in effect until 11 o'clock this evening. And they're actually indicating that perhaps some low-level shear may actually be more favorable across parts of the area than what some of the models showed a little bit earlier. And that very well could lead to a short-term uptick in our tornado potential. So what that initially means is our models thought the wind shear would be one thing, but now when we actually look at real-time data, not a computer guess, the real-time data suggests that shear, or the difference in wind speed and wind direction with height, may actually be increasing. Shear is one of the key critical ingredients to support tornado development, and that's why they're letting us know that that may actually be an issue for us in the near short term. Right now, though, the storms are moving so slowly that we're not actually getting any new additional severe thunderstorm warnings. But I'll tell you, I suspect there may be an additional warning of some sort issued downstream. Not only is that cell continuing to show signs of organization, if you've been with us even in the last 15, 20 minutes, you may have noticed I pinpointed just how much lightning there was within that cell. And since then, it looks like we're noting an uptick on that as even since then, starting to see a lot more of those lightning strikes. Of course, lightning is not going to prompt a severe thunderstorm warning or any type of warning, but it can be a health indicator. Often think of it like the blood pressure reading when you go to the doctor's office. It kind of gives us a general idea of how healthy or not these thunderstorms are. And when you start to see the uptick in all those lightning strikes, not only does it tell you, hey, get off the golf course, get off the lake, go inside. When thunder roars, go indoors, right? The old saying. It also tells us maybe those updrafts, which is a key component to a thunderstorm, perhaps that's also strengthening as well. And I think we see that. I think we see that moving into southern LaFleur County. This is going to be Highway 271 right here. The heaviest of rain certainly passing around the bend as you veer back off towards the north. You got some heavy rain there. Soon probably moves close to Heaven or close to Poto as well. Do have about 14 minutes ago, so this is going to be a bit of a delayed report. Looks like there potentially was a wall cloud photographed north of Eufaula on that other storm. So perhaps it's starting to try to recycle. Perhaps it's starting to try to re-strengthen as it gets a little bit closer to Interstate 40. In the meantime, in our neck of the woods, got some heavy rain developing just to the north of Sallisaw. Pretty much almost all of it's now to the north of I-40. You got the brushy community here. You're dealing with some heavy rain, getting ready to push back in towards Cedarville. So if you're outside in Cedarville, perhaps even Mountainburg, Winslow, dry at the moment, but you might already be hearing those rumbles of thunder with that specific cell, likely moving off towards the east-northeast. Not severe, right? That's the good news for us right now. But that's not to say that it might not strengthen in the short term. So here's our commitment to you this evening. We know a lot of folks might have storm anxiety. You're just really concerned with what the weather's going to be doing. I'm going to stay here with you. I ain't going nowhere. Bella's not going anywhere. We're going to be here with you until the threat passes, whether that's online or, of course, should a tornado warning be issued, we'll fire up the transmitter and get broadcasting all across 5 country on television as well. In the meantime, we're going to spend some time with you here on our digital platforms. We do have a digital team monitoring your comments. If you got photos, be sure to send those to us. We love to see that ground truth of what's happening out there You can, of course, find me on Facebook, Bella on Facebook as well. We love to see your photos and your reports. Every little bit of information is very helpful to us in diagnosing what's happening right now with the environment, but also where these storms may go and the impact that they may bring our neighbors all across the area. Certainly, those storms are getting a little bit closer into 5 country, northwestern Arkansas, parts of northwest Arkansas, Benton County specifically, still under a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds going to be pretty common out of this storm. Heavy rain, boy, oh boy, heavy rain out of Gravette. Bella Vista, it's probably coming down for you. But if you're in Bentonville, you might have a couple of light sprinkles, but you're really missing the heaviest of rain, at least for right now. I do think the further west and southwest you start to find that complex of thunderstorms, it'll eventually make some more eastward progress, and once it does, you'll start to see those showers inching a little bit closer to you. Fayetteville, dry at the moment. Springdale, dry at the moment. Fort Smith, you've got some rain starting to move a little bit closer to you as well. Likely that is really probably going to miss us here in Fort Smith, just off towards the north. But if you look towards Poteau, Spiro, starting to see some scattered showers bubble up. You got to watch those bubbling up of those showers. That often could be the initial beginning phases of thunderstorm development. Not all of them survive and grow into those supercells that produce the severe weather or the tornado risk, but the environment out there this evening does support that for at least some of them. I'll tell you, the severe weather ingredients, not as impressive as they were perhaps yesterday, but enough storm fuel and enough wind shear, 2 of those critical factors that we've got to pay close attention to, are there. And that certainly could be something that we have to watch closely this evening for those storms to tap into. They're going to try to. There's no question about it. The question is whether or not they can actually root themselves, become surface-based, tap into that moisture, and actually become severe weather worn. Just taking a look at some velocity and wind signatures here. I caught my eye, and you may have noticed me examining this right here. You see those broader blues, you're seeing some of those darker greens, maybe a couple of areas of actual rotation. Perhaps there's 2 mesocyclones associated with this storm. This is the one that I've been most concerned with over at least the last hour or so. What time is it now? Coming up close to 7 o'clock. Technically, we're just a few seconds away from 6:58. This storm's really been coming together, and it's doing so in an area where it's not competing against other storms for what storm fuel is actually available in those storms. You got to think about it as a competition. There's only so much moisture, there's only so much storm fuel, there's only so much wind shear out there. It's a finite amount. So you get these supercells or these individual discrete cells like what we're seeing push into southwestern Lafleur County out there by themselves. Well, often that means they don't have to compete. They've got it all to themselves to enjoy, to utilize, to grow and strengthen, and that may very well be what's happening here in this specific cell. It is severe thunderstorm warned. I think it's, okay, we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Creek County, so not necessarily of concern for us just yet. That's going to be a little bit outside of our area. Certainly, though, tracking our direction. You look at this, and maybe perhaps we do have some additional development on the southwestern flank of that storm. Still seeing some pretty healthy signals with that lightning there. Certainly going to be a lot of heavy downpours with that specific storm getting close to being entirely in southwestern Lafleur County. Still struggling to move. In fact, I'd like to do this. I'd like to loop it over the last half hour. So we're talking 30 minutes, and it's really not moving a lot. In fact, perhaps there's a little bit of back building back off towards the south and west as that pushes into southwestern Lafleur County. Not a lot of forward progression, but enough, right? Enough that it is making some movement. Maybe that flash flood threat starts to really ramp up unless we see some more eastward progression with that storm. Right now, though, a lot of heavy rain, no question about that, starting to come down. I'd like to bring back in meteorologist Bella Grace, take things over for here the next couple of minutes. Let me do some analyzation of the latest data that's coming in. So Bella, if you could, my recommendation, let's do an area-wide reset. Let's start from North Arkansas, Benton, Washington County, work our way back towards the south. Give us the latest update on what you're seeing.
Yeah, we're looking at just a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings pushing into Benton County. You can see that headed just over Siloam Springs. We're seeing that in Decatur, Bella Vista. We are watching these showers just start to move in. We're under this track, but currently we're not seeing too much in the way of rotation. If we can take a look at that, You see most of this is red. We're not seeing that green that's mixing in that we would typically see for heavy rotation, but obviously that is still a possibility. All the ingredients are there. We're very moist outside, and you can definitely see and feel these showers coming down. Even if you're not seeing the rain, I know Siloam Springs right now is watching for these strong gusty winds, shaking cameras for us. We are seeing these showers continue to roll in out back towards the river valley. We are watching another thunderstorm warning pushing into LaFleur County. This one is coming with a little bit more organization. We're seeing a little bit more inflow with that really pushing into the southwestern side of LaFleur County. LaFleur County, pushing towards Huebner, taking its sweet time right over Talihina right now. We are watching for some possible hail. We've gotten a few reports of about 0.35, just bigger than about a quarter of an inch size. So not too big, pretty small hail out there, but that is a sign that we are getting those updrafts to come in, to roll in, and that's really feeding into this storm. So we are going to keep a very close eye on this southern system that is trying to sit over a lot of Five Country, or the River Valley specifically, moving closer and closer to Poto. We're seeing some rain just north of Fort Smith. That's pretty light for right now. We're not seeing much severe weather developing from that, but likely if you're in the River Valley, you're seeing some of that rain and you're wondering, oh, is this severe weather? Is this what we're talking about? Not quite, but it is pretty heavy rain for us, and we are on the watch for floods and flash floods this evening because of how much moisture we're getting, how much water these systems are dropping over our heads. We can take another look over northwest Arkansas where we are getting those showers. I believe one of the thunderstorm warnings just got expired. We're still seeing that system right over Bella Vista. Gravit is seeing that moving pretty quickly. We are going to take a look at this one. When is this one sitting over us? About for the next couple of minutes, we're seeing until about 7:30. So we've got 20 plus more minutes to watch these showers. This system is moving pretty quickly. We're getting winds upwards of 50 miles per hour. With these rains trying to push into Missouri. So a lot of Five Country, pretty clear as of right now, but we are still watching out for any further development of storms that are just over the state line in Oklahoma, pushing into Five Country. It's gone a little bit more quiet. We're watching a lot less of those thunder or tornado warnings that we were seeing earlier. We have gone into a spot where things are quieting down, but there is still a threat for further development. We are watching reorganization here in Five Country, trying to push in. Velocity is kind of switching around on us. We're taking a look at those winds as they move in. Definitely that southern system in LaFleur County has the biggest threat of rotation to it as of now. It has all of that untapped warm air, which is really key to building up severe weather, and it's moving in rather slowly, so we're watching things develop, but that system in particular dropping some hail, some light hail for us, moving some gusty winds in, lightning and thunder, and heavy rain. So we are really getting everything out of this storm specifically. We're watching out for that little system of rotation. You can see lighter winds trying to work their way around right there, really moving in two separate spots. We are watching out for that. So it's pushing into Five Country right now, the River Valley. We're watching out for you. We are keeping eyes on these different warnings and watches that we have. Like I said a little bit earlier, and Scott said, these systems are going to continue to sit over Five Country for a while. We're really seeing these tornado warning or watches out until about 11 o'clock. A lot of thunderstorm warnings out until 11 o'clock. So we've got the whole evening ahead of us to really keep an eye on these storm systems as they walk their way through the area. So these more southern storms are trying to push in, really build up with strength as they move into this more untapped area over the River Valley. But really, rain across 5 country. We're seeing showers moving over Fort Smith, just north of Fort Smith. Sallisaw just saw those. Those are moving away. Van Buren is likely seeing them as well, trying to make their way off towards the western side of 5 country. But really, overall, we're just watching out for showers that are continuing to develop and redevelop. You know, we've gone into a little bit of a quiet spot, but still thunderstorm warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings off towards Benton County is seeing those. Bella Vista is seeing those just off to our west in Oklahoma. We're seeing a lot of them as well. Things are trying to work their way in across 5 country. So we are keeping a very close eye on these storms, these showers, LaFleur County showers. Like I said, just reiterating again, a lot of activity with this storm specifically. We're seeing tons of lightning and thunder. It's got a good inflow that we're watching out for, as well as just a little bit of rotation that's trying to work its way in, both in that more middle of the road spot, as well as the rear flank, which is what we're watching out for. And you can see even more showers trying to develop after that. That's a sign that this atmosphere is really primed to really build up showers and storms. Watch those roll in and build across 5 countries. So we are seeing some lighter showers out there as well, depending on where you're at. We're keeping an eye on all of 5 country. Even if you're not seeing the rain yet or anything like that, you are probably still feeling some strong and gusty winds. We've been watching those even before these showers started moving in. These winds are going to be gusting even stronger now that these showers are pushing their way in. Lighter winds with this system here in LaFleur County as that moves in, moving a little bit slower than the system off over northwest Arkansas, moving through northeast Oklahoma, northwest Arkansas, moving into Missouri a little bit quicker. Those showers and storms are trekking across. You know, we're seeing some strong winds with that, upwards of 50 miles per hour, whereas this storm just over LaFleur County is staying a little bit to our south. So let's throw this back to Scott, back on the wall. He's reassessed, seen all of it. What do you got?
So I think I see 2 distinct areas of rotation with this storm. I want to talk about this one, and then we're going to go back and talk about all the other storms out there. The reason I want to stay on this one, moving into LaFleur County, I think it's the one that's going to be most capable of doing something. And the reason why, it's just out here by itself, right? It means it's all that energy available to it, and there's nothing to cut it off. And so that right now, to me, is going to be the most concerning aspect. It is severe thunderstorm warned, and it's just that as of right now. With that said, we are noticing 2 distinct areas of rotation, and I can just pinpoint those to you. I kind of showed you while Bella was talking earlier. You got this one that's really loose right here, and this second one a bit further towards the south and west in Pushmataha County. So same storm, parts of the rotation with area number 1 in Pushmataha, second area here going to be in southern LaFleur County. So let's just keep that in mind. We're paying close attention to that specific cell because I think it's going to be the one that is going to have at least the most potential in the immediate short term. With that said, it's not the only storm out there right now. There's something else happening that is a bit of concern to me, and I want to walk you through this. This is not severe warned right now. This specific cell is not. But here's Fort Smith, here's Muldrow, starting to see a shape that often can be the precursor to some of those thunderstorms developing into supercells that eventually produce rotation. You start to see that hook right there. I don't like the way that looks. So what we're going to do here is take a little bit tighter of a perspective. Here, of course, is going to be I-40, and here's 64. If there is something happening here, we'd probably have a pretty good vantage point from Roland, looking back off towards the west, maybe slightly towards the northwest. That will eventually be tracking maybe towards the Dora area. So, of course, we're in the river bottoms down here. Here's the Arkansas River. Here's Moffett. I don't think Moffett would necessarily be impacted by it specifically, but Roland, a little bit close for comfort. Now, I'm talking as if there's something happening right now. There's not. But you got to watch these things like this so closely because things can change pretty quickly. So that's why I'm pinpointing this area of rotation, or perhaps area where rotation could develop. If you look at the winds, you look at velocity, it's not tightly wound up. I do think there's something there. There's something trying to happen. You see those bright greens, those reds, it's pretty broad. To be more concerning, I think we would need to see at least one, maybe a couple of radar scans where they're a bit more tightly wound up, and we're just not seeing that. And that's the issue with that specific storm right there near Muldrow. May be a wall cloud with that system. Certainly possible given just a loose rotation that we're seeing there. Wall cloud doesn't necessarily mean a threat is imminent necessarily. Rotation's so broad that I wouldn't necessarily be concerned. But if I'm in Roland, I'm paying close attention, right? Things could change and evolve rapidly. The reason that tornado watch is in effect is the conditions are there that would support the development of those tornadoes. We did hear from the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, just a few minutes ago, and they were telling us, you know what, the storm shear in this area, in the Fort Smith area, River Valley specifically, is actually a little bit higher than what our models predicted it would be. That's one of those reasons that you really stay on top of these cells early on, even though there might not be an imminent threat. Perhaps we're on the early stages of that storm's life cycle. Of course, here's going to be Snow Road, 40 here, 64 here. I think the threat's going to be north of 40 and 64. It may take a few more minutes for it to get going. These storms aren't in a hurry this evening. Not only is storm motion pretty slow, generally speaking, but they're just not moving quickly. They're not developing quickly. It takes quite some time for those storms to mature into some stronger supercells. Not really seeing a whole lot of that yet. Hey, I want to do something for you. If you would, pull out your cell phones. I want to give you our number here at the station. This comes straight to my cell phone. I've got it over here off the screen. So I'm looking at a lot of data, but I'm also talking to you folks at home. The number here is going to be 479-785-5000. One more time, 479-785-5000. Those text messages, those videos, those pictures, they come directly to us. And I'll just tell you, that information you folks are able to provide, it's invaluable. It really makes our jobs a lot easier. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for that storm we just pinpointed. Here's Muldrow, here's Bellefonte, Cedarville, Mountainburg, Alma. You're also included, as well as Fort Smith in that severe thunderstorm warning. Bella, I don't know if you can do it. I'm going to ask you to try it on Max 2. Would you do me a favor on Max 2? I want to see that camera out of Fort Smith that does look off towards the west. I think it's the Cherokee camera. Folks up in the booth, she's going to try to pull that up on Max 2. So if we can be preparing for that, that may give us a pretty decent look at that storm. It's the one I told you just a few seconds ago, right? Starting to have that shape, and it's a shape I don't like. It is a bit concerning. That will be crossing the state line into the western Crawford County, perhaps northern Sebastian County, parts of the area. Here's I-40, right, which gets pretty close to that county line, that river. It's going to be pretty close to that. These storms generally moving off towards the east, northeast. That severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Sequoia, Sebastian, and Crawford counties, primarily right now driven by the damaging winds and the hail that's coming out of that specific system. Volatile environment though, and when you start to see some shapes like that, perhaps getting a little bit of rotation loosely starting to come together, they've gone ahead and issued that severe thunderstorm warning. We'll take a look at the latest winds and velocity data, and while I do believe there probably is something trying to happen near Muldrow, it's really not organized right now. I would need to see those pixels or that data a bit more tightly wound up, and I'm just not seeing that at the moment. That's not to say that doesn't occur in the short term. A new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for LaFleur and Pushmataha County. That one is that southernmost cell that we've been spending a little bit of time with this morning. This one's starting to show some stronger signs of rotation. You got some strong winds moving towards the radar. You got a pocket of winds within that storm. You see the brand new warning flashing. It's outlined in black, and anytime we have those outlines in black, that's the Weather Service saying, hey, there's more details that you want to pay attention to. Right now, we're just going to issue for severe thunderstorm, but a tornado is possible. It's an early heads up to a tornado warning. It's not that sign that it's time to go to the shelter. It's not that sign that it's time to go to your tornado safe place, but it is an indicator to us, an early heads up, if you will, that maybe we might see something develop in the near term. You saw the old warning just now fall off. A little bit of rotation now here that's pushed into southwestern LaFleur County. It's pretty much on the Pushmataha-LaFleur County line. Heavener and Worcester, we're technically barely in that warning polygon. These storms are moving so slow that they probably opted to leave you out for just now, but we're going to have to pay close attention to see if that's not eventually added into that warning polygon in the near future. We're going to back out here, keeping a close eye on a few different distinct storms that are moving into the area. As of this moment, 7:16, we do not have an active tornado warning. That's not to say that's not going to change here in the short term. So here's my commitment to you. Not going anywhere until the threat passes, until we've got the severe weather threat completely diminished. I'm going to keep the team here focused on these storms. I got teams working behind the scenes as well, getting some additional information. Reason we're going to be concerned is at this point, we don't have much of a cluster. I do think we have a bit of a cluster in northeastern Oklahoma, parts of northwestern Arkansas. I saw that cluster develop earlier. But these two southernmost storms, they're a bit more isolated and discrete. That's concerning to me. It's in those situations that you don't often have storms competing for the fuel or the energy that's out there. And there's enough of it that would support not only severe weather. We're seeing that in the warnings alone, evidence of that, but certainly could see some additional rotation developing in that system right now. I believe we do have our camera view. I'd like to pull that up. This is going to be at ACH in Fort Smith. We're looking, is this back off towards the west? Okay, this looks like it's going to be back off towards the west. Folks up in the booth, I know I'm throwing you for a curveball here, and I apologize. Is there any way you can put me in front of this? Can you pop this behind me? Unknown right now whether or not that's an actual wall cloud or if that is potentially a shelf cloud. From that perspective, though, I would say a pretty decent mesocyclone. I'm going to venture to say that's probably a wall cloud. We're looking towards the Muldrow area there, back off towards the west. So this is from Fort Smith, one of our cameras in Fort Smith. And you see that distinct lowering right there, sun setting off towards the west, which actually really helps to illuminate the cloud deck. And you can see that lowering right there. Does that mean there's rotation? No, not necessarily. Although maybe in the upper levels of the atmosphere, you might start to see a little bit of rotation. If at any point we can double box me or put me in a box with a camera and radar, feel free to do so. If not, no worries. I'd like to punch back to radar here real quickly. I'm going to do something for us. I'm going to put a track on this storm. Right now, severe thunderstorm warned, moving towards the east-northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So if I track that out, we're going to get some areas that might be in the path of this storm over the next hour or so. Van Buren right around 7:35. Alma, how about 7:47? Dyer 7:55. Mulberry 8:03. Ozark at 8:25. So that's just some ETAs, assuming this storm maintains its current track and its current speed. Looking off towards the west, I do think that's probably a wall cloud that we're seeing. You look into the upper levels of the atmosphere, you'd start to look for some striations that maybe like a corkscrew, right? Maybe we're seeing a little bit of that, but when I look at the winds and the radar, I'm not seeing much rotation just yet. That's not to say that's not going to happen. The overall presentation of this storm is becoming a bit more organized. It's starting to look a bit more like you would expect with a discrete supercell. You got that hook echo right in this general area. It's possible the storm is splitting. It looks like this one may be pulling away. The northernmost storm may be getting ingested into that activity towards the north and west. Our area of concern would be now to the northeast of Muldrow, just to the northwest of Dora. We have a beautiful shot of that storm directly into the heart of that storm just there on the left side of your screen. It looks like we're probably seeing at least a bit of a lowering in that cloud cover, that cloud deck. That could be the precursor. That could be the wall cloud that may continue developing as we continue to see this storm get more organized. We take a look at velocity. I'm going to keep a close eye on this. I know this is messy. see, folks. I know this is an ugly picture, but this is the winds up in that storm, and it's this product that helps us pinpoint where that rotation may or may not be. I think it's coming together, and the way we can get an idea of that is by looking at the last 30 minutes or so. And when I loop this, I take it back, and it's pretty disorganized, but maybe there's something trying to come together near Muldrow. And as it continues to track off towards the north and east, it's getting a little bit more organized, slowly but surely. These storms tonight just really have not acted quickly, which is good news in one sense. It allows us to give folks an early heads up. This severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in effect. Let's see. Let's get the updated on that. I want to make sure I'm not telling you something wrong. 7:45 right now. 7:20 is the current time. So we've got a ways to go before that cell is allowed to be unwarned. But I'll tell you, it's really coming together as that radar loops. Certainly, it's got that look to it, right? You just start to see that hook into it. You got some healthy inflow, and it certainly has a wall cloud at some point. If we can potentially pan that camera, maybe a little, just a tick or two to the right, perfect, exactly right there. Let's just keep an eye on that. Feel free to pan it back and forth at any point. I'll keep my eye on it. This camera is looking out of Fort Smith, and we're looking off towards the north and west. How about that? A pretty good view into the storm. Not only are we just blessed to have the camera network that we have, it's really helpful that the sun's setting off towards the west, which helps to illuminate the backside of that cloud. And we can see pretty clearly what's happening at the lower levels of that storm. Cedarville, Dora, Alma, Mountainburg, Fort Smith, you're in this severe thunderstorm warning. I'll tell you though, if they redraw this, or if they're going to issue an additional warning, I suspect they're going to drop Fort Smith out of it. This storm's not going to impact Fort Smith. So you might be alerted on your cell phones that you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but it looks like that storm, the heart of the worst, is probably going to pass just off towards your north and west. Cedarville, I do think this storm is going to move into your neck of the woods, if not just towards the south. Pretty mountainous region right there. Dora, it's going to be just off to your north. Dripping Springs, Figure 5, Rudy, also in the path of this storm. 49 between really Alma and Mountainburg may face the brunt of that. I just want to tell you, one thing you're going to learn about me is I'm going to tell you everything I'm thinking in the full spirit of transparency. And what I'm thinking right now is this storm's really organizing. It's really getting its act together. We may have something. Look, it's possible it runs into an area and it starts to decrease. It's going to hit a wall. We would love for that to happen. But as we get this new data in over the last couple of scans, I'm just not seeing that. In fact, we go from just a blob of some rain into a pretty well-organized supercell that has a wall cloud on it. If we're able to take the camera view full one more time, I'm going to spend some time analyzing what we're actually seeing from the camera until we can get some new data in from the radar. Thank you folks up top. I know I'm giving you a workout here this evening. We appreciate the work you're doing to help us keep folks safe. Roland, right here, there's a wall cloud just to your north. We're seeing that wall cloud from our Fort Smith camera. It's about to cross over into Crawford County. Van Buren, I know you're close to this storm, but it's actually probably going to pass just off to your north. You see right here, you see this lowering of the cloud? It's a pretty large base, pretty large wall cloud right there. And we almost have to scan the skies. If we look closely, of course, we're not seeing anything. There's no actual tornado warning on it at the moment. And the reason why is the rotation's still not there. I'm paying close attention to it because I think that rotation may start to come together here real soon. And if it does, that's of course when that tornado warning would in fact be issued. Right now though, decent inflow into it, not a whole lot out ahead of it, but taking a live look into the heart of this storm. Bella, I see you're working on some other cameras in Fort Smith. Thank you for doing that. In fact, can we take Max 1? We got a better vantage view of this from Max 1. Looks like I'm seeing the wall cloud on this one as well. So we have two pictures coming to you right now out of Fort Smith looking into this storm. Wall cloud just to the north of Roland. It's kind of tough to see the way these boxes are, but you can kind of see that lowering right in this general area. And up above it, you start to see a bit of rotation. It's not all that impressive. It's very broad, but should that tighten up, we could be dealing with a tornado warning at any moment. So let's be mindful of that. We're here streaming live on our digital platforms. Chief Meteorologist Scott Covert here working alongside Bella Grace. Should that warning be issued, we are prepared to fire up the transmitter and go to the airways on Channel 5. Until then, we're going to keep it here on our digital platforms. Should something happen, you're always going to find our stream on your phones, on your mobile devices. So if you're thinking about what your tornado safety plan is for this evening, now's a good time to do it before we get a warning. Hopefully we don't, but in the event we do, and you take those tornado safety precautions, just take your phone with us. You're going to keep us here. We'll walk you through the storm. We're not going anywhere until the threat passes. And if you don't have a mobile device with our free app, you can just turn up the TV really loud. You can hear our voices, and we'll stay with you until that threat has passed. Right now, there are 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. We start with the first one in northeastern Oklahoma. That one may very well miss parts of Benton County. It's got more of a northeasterly track to it. This second one, the storm really organizing over the last 15 or so minutes, starting to get that distinct hook echo shape. It's moving into parts of Crawford County. That severe thunderstorm warning does include parts of Sebastian. It does include Fort Smith technically, but I'll tell you the threat's going to be up to your north and west. You've also got another one here that we've been spending a lot of time with that also really showing some signs of strengthening towards the south. That's going to be pushing into LaFleur County, the Poto area. So let's just keep that in mind. As we're in Poto, Heavener area, you've got a pretty strong storm moving your direction. They're discreet. They've got the look to it. What's lacking at this point is there's not necessarily a lot of rotation in any of these storms yet. Could that change? Yeah, absolutely. It sure could. We'll start with this Fort Smith storm. I'm going to say it's Fort Smith. I retract that. I'm going to say it's now the storm north of Roland, southwest of Cedarville. Perhaps there's a little bit of rotation right here. We've been looking at it from our Fort Smith camera. That's why I said that. The Fort Smith cameras both showing pretty large wall clouds. The rotation there, though, it's somewhat lacking. Pretty broad rotation. Pretty large mesocyclone with that storm. It'll be tracking into Arkansas here real shortly. It's really close to the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line, that one specifically. May track close to Cedarville, Dean Springs, should it maintain its current path. We take a look at this LaFleur County storm, and I do think there's some stronger rotation right there in southern LaFleur County. Weather Service also noting exactly what we just pointed out to you. This rotation is increasing just a bit, and we can see that by these brighter reds, these brighter pinks meeting up with those brighter greens. That's that rotation starting to come together. It's that rotation really starting to tighten its act up, and that's certainly something that it's a bit concerning. We kind of suspected it with that storm, and the reason why, let me just show you this. It gives a really good science lesson as to why that storm is as concerning as it is. There's nothing out ahead of it. There's nothing to the south of it to block off the inflow. It's got the environment all to itself. We knew that the most favorable area for the worst of the storms this evening was going to be the further towards the south. We saw the clouds start to break in the river valley. It started to get more warm. It started to get more humid, right? And that's storm fuel. So you get out into these storms that are in the southern part of our area, they've got all that fuel available to them. The atmosphere started to recharge itself just a bit, and that's why we maintain concern for those. Do have a severe thunderstorm warning. That not looking near as impressive as it once was. Starting to see some training, though. That's probably going to lend itself to some flash flooding potential. So 2 main areas of concern. That's going to be this now Crawford County storm as well as this LaFleur County storm. Looks like there's going to be some rain picking up in Washington County, Fayetteville towards the tunnel. Not severe at this moment. It's towards the north, not too concerning. At the moment. Of course, you don't take anything for granted. You continue to watch these things closely. Another thing I want to point out to you that tells me we've got something here in LaFleur County, look at that lightning. It's upticking. You're noticing more and more lightning strikes, and what that tells us is, you may have heard me describe it a little bit like this earlier. Think of it as when you go to the doctor and you get your blood pressure read, it's one of those signs of your health, right? You start to see more lightning strikes, especially in parts of the updraft here. And that tells us it's healthy. It tells us that that storm continues to organize, and that's what's happening here. The rotation also increasing. So we've got a few different signs that maybe we got something coming together right in this general area. So here's going to be 270. Heavener's just to the north. What I'll do is I'll back this out. I want to put a storm track on this, and we can get an idea of exactly where this storm is going to be going in the near term. I'm going to track it out a little bit further than the actual warning itself, okay? I'm going to do it for about an hour, give us an idea. 747, that's going to be in the Concert area. Heavener, how about 757? Sugar Creek, 807. Trestle Ford, 814. Hartford, expect the area of rotation where it's at right now, right around 823, should it maintain its current speed. And I'll tell you, it has. We've not really seen a lot of changes with regards to that over the last little bit. Keeping an eye on this storm moving into parts of Crawford County. Here's our radar. So we have a pretty decent signal, getting some good data just based off the proximity alone to our Doppler radar site. Crossing the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line here shortly. Heads up, folks in Cedarville, Mountainburg, Dean Springs. Dare I even say Alma? I may pass just to the north of Alma, that area of rotation. That's not necessarily an invitation to go outside and try to see the wall cloud, but it is an early heads up that we got a strong storm that is showing a hook echo. I can turn rain mode back on and you can start to see that thing trying to really wrap up. The rotation's lacking though. It's there, but it's just really broad. We saw a wall cloud. Multiple of our ICAMs out of the Fort Smith area were looking directly into that storm, and it showed a pretty large wall cloud. The rotation there though is just struggling. It's not there yet. But that storm's trying to get its act together. I can tell just based off of the life cycle of it alone over the last 30 minutes to an hour, that storm's trying to come together. It was just a blob of rain, and now, 45 minutes later, it's a supercell with a hook echo trying to develop in a very large wall cloud. So certainly something we're going to have to pay close attention to over the next little bit. Not seeing anything pressing at the moment, but if I'm in Mountainburg, if I'm in Cedarville, I'm paying close attention. If I'm in Heavener, Worcester, or Poto, I'm also paying close attention to this storm specifically. You take a look back into the velocities. There's your rotation signal. It's pretty easy to point out. You find those reds meeting up with those blues and greens. That's winds opposing, going away from the radar, meeting up the winds going towards the radar. Where they meet up like that, that's your area Doppler radar indicated rotation. Still perhaps a bit broad as the radar scans the skies above us. It is finding that rotation's there. It's broad, it's not tight, but it's certainly there and it is strengthening. You back this up over the last 30 minutes and you can see while it was some really loose rotation crossing out of Pushmataha County into southwestern Lafleur County, you find the lightning coming up, those winds starting to come together. Notice those reds starting to show up there as well. And now we're in current time. This radar data about 2 minutes old. We'll see what we see when that next sweep comes in. And maybe even a little bit of something just to the southwest of Poto. Not sure what's happening there. The most concerning aspect, you find quite a bit of lightning. That storm's healthy. It's got a lot of inflow to it. It's got a lot of moisture available to it. It's got a lot of ingredients that are coming together that could potentially support a pretty healthy mesocyclone. It's a low-level mesocyclone as well. I think if we see that rotation come together a little bit more tightly wound up, perhaps we might be looking at something. I think what we can also do, I'm going to drop off the warnings. These warnings are not being expired. I'm just taking them off so I can do some further analysis. What I want to do is I want to query the winds here. 55-mile outbound velocity. Gate-to-gate shears, not exactly that impressive. It's a little bit on the low side. So those winds, while they are loosely rotating, it's loose at that. It's loose at best. So that rotation, while it's strengthening, still not enough to prompt an actual tornado warning. Looks like we've had those northern thunderstorm warnings for parts of northeastern Oklahoma. Those have since been allowed to expire. So now our focus is on these two distinct supercells. One now crossing into Crawford County, another one getting its act together in southwestern Lafleur County, pushing closer and closer to Heavener. So if we're in Poto, if we're in Heavener, the rain started, but the actual area of concern is still a little bit back off towards your south and west. That storm, it's moving slow. I feel like we've been tracking that storm for the last couple of hours. I think during the 5:30 newscast, I looked over to Bella and said, Bella, I think that's the one that may cause us some problems, and that's now been 2 hours ago. These storms moving at about 25 to 35 miles per hour. So they're not going to get out of our neck of the woods. They're not going to leave us alone anytime soon. I'm afraid we may be dealing with this severe weather threat a little bit later. In fact, there's actually a tornado watch that's in effect until 11 o'clock this evening for all of 5 country, the exception being Johnson County. They were not included in that watch. And the idea, the thinking is at the point those storms reach Johnson County, push into Pope County, maybe the threat has diminished just a bit, largely just due in fact how slow they're moving. Maybe we get that sun to set, the atmosphere starts to stabilize just a bit more. Bella, I'm looking at a camera over here. Can anyone tell me, maybe it's someone up in the booth, what camera are we looking at? I see a distinct lowering. I'd like to pump whatever that is behind me back here. I suspect that's probably out of the Fort Smith area. ACH looking northwest, that's going to give me a perfect view into this storm. So whenever we can, I'd love to take a look at that. That's a very well-defined wall cloud. You can see that right here on the right side of your screen. I'm not sure, yep, it's going to put me behind it. You see that lowering there? That's your wall cloud. That's the area of concern in this part of the storm. So we're looking towards the northwest right from Fort Smith. Keep a close eye on the base of this storm. I'm not seeing contact, not necessarily seeing a funnel, but look at that. That is a wall cloud right there. It's a pretty large wall cloud, and this wall cloud's been on this storm probably the last 20 or so minutes. There's not a lot of rotation. Boy, that's a really remarkable picture that we're able to provide you from our camera. This is going to be the ACH camera there in Fort Smith. We've got it pointed towards the north. Pretty clear shot of that storm. I don't see the striations up top to indicate any rotation. I do see a bit further of a lowering right in this area. I want to keep an eye on that. Really want to keep an eye on that. I want to, in fact, take a look. Don't change that if you don't mind. ACHE camera, perfect. Okay, I'm looking at some rotation here just to the west-southwest of Cedarville. It's really not all that impressive, but just given the pronounced nature of that wall cloud, certainly a severe storm, no question about that, pumping out winds in effect of about 60 miles per hour. Weather Service has dropped Sebastian and Sequoia counties from that severe thunderstorm warning. So at this point, it remains in effect for only Crawford County. 60 mile per hour winds, some hail, and a pretty pronounced wall cloud. Perhaps we're seeing that lowering right there under that mesocyclone, pretty large mesocyclone. I think this is actually going to be the actual lowering. It might be a little bit tougher to see. The reason why, sun's setting, right? It's dropping below the horizon, and it's not illuminating that cloud deck as well as it was a little bit ago. Still, nonetheless, a pretty good picture of that lowering that's happening right there. Let's take back Max 1. I'd like to put Max behind me. What I'm going to be looking at is the rotation. It's certainly something that I'm keeping a close eye on. What I find is just to the west-southwest of Cedarville, here's your rotation. This is that wall cloud. So sure, it's rotating a little bit, but not strong enough to prompt that tornado warning. The Weather Service out of Tulsa is well aware of what we're seeing. Our cameras are being pulled up by the folks there. They're able to pipe in and see what we're seeing from our camera network. And so they're well aware of what's happening. They agree, though, that the rotation just simply isn't strong enough yet. That's not to say that doesn't change here over the next few minutes. So we'll continue to broadcast here on our digital platforms. And at any point there's a tornado warning issued, we're going to fire up the transmitter and get us on Channel 5 as quickly as possible. If you're just now joining us, meteorologist Scott Covert here with meteorologist Bella Grace. We've been tracking these storms over the last couple of hours. If you'll recall, we were here well into the early morning hours with that early morning rain. We had hoped that that rain would linger long enough to rob these afternoon and evening storms of the storm fuel, of the energy in the atmosphere that's necessary. Didn't happen. I think it probably mitigated a worse threat, but it didn't entirely eliminate that potential, as evidenced by the severe thunderstorm warnings that we've seen already here this evening. This storm, it's nearing Cedarville right now. You've probably got the rain moving in. Overall, the organization isn't as concerning as it once was. I can still see, I'm keeping a very, very close eye on that that wall cloud there, but I'm not seeing the actual rotation. And just to be clear, I just don't want anyone to be confused at all. We're looking from our Fort Smith camera, but the wall cloud itself is going to be well north of Fort Smith, probably going to be closer to Cedarville. So you're really looking up towards the north-northeast at that storm. You don't find that clearly defined hook as once we saw just a few scans ago. In fact, what I'll do, if you weren't with us then, I'm going to back this up about 15 minutes, and you start to see as that storm really takes shape near Muldrow, just to the northeast of Muldrow, northwest of Fort Smith. It's got a pretty clearly defined hook echo here, still lacking the rotation, but as that's moved into our neck of the woods over the last little bit, I think you're starting to see it become a little bit less organized. Perhaps we've just got some cycling. That's a really common thing we contend with these storms around here is they'll pulse up, and you never let your guard down when they pulse down, because there's a good chance they very well could pulse back up. That's very normal in the thunderstorm life cycle. So perhaps right now we're seeing some good signs, at least in terms of overall storm structure. Still a bit concerning, nonetheless. Certainly something we're not going to just ignore at this point. That warning likely is going to continue for us here in Crawford County until 7:45. So it's only got about, really just about 4 more minutes before that warning is either allowed to expire or they're going to have to determine whether or not they extend it out. I'll tell you, at this point, it looks concerning, but the rotation's just not coming together. So, you know, perhaps that's going to bode well for us. Maybe it's just a scary looking storm, but in the end, it's all bark and no bite. I hope that's the case. It looks like it is going to be dumping quite a bit of rain. Weather Service telling us some flash flooding is going to be possible with this system as well. I don't know if we're able to, are we able to zoom that camera out, that ACHE camera? If we're able to zoom it out, excellent. Certainly just want to make sure we're seeing the full picture here. All that context really matters. It's definitely still there. You can definitely still see a bit of a lowering, but as it gets darker, it's going to be tougher to utilize that, especially without a lot of lightning. Bella, will you just make sure that we've got lightning turned on?
Yes.
I'm still learning the computers around here at Channel 5. You may know I wasn't supposed to start until tomorrow night, but it looks like Mother Nature may have had some other problems with that plan. So she had a plan of her own, which is no problem at all. So we're looking at that Crawford County storm. Warning set to expire here in about 3 minutes. Yet to be determined what the Weather Service is going to do. I did see something while you were painting down, Bella, that I'm going to take us back to. How about that right there, that severe thunderstorm warning? This is going to be in LaFleur County. Pretty healthy inflow right into that system. You probably just saw me draw those arrows right there. That hook echo, that notch right there, concerning to me. You also got the lightning there as well. So should that storm maintain its current trajectory, Heavener, you're going to be in the path of the storm. You're, well, part of Heavener right now is in the severe thunderstorm warning. The rain's picking up. The lightning and thunder continues, especially where we've got that pretty healthy updraft into that thunderstorm. Some back building off towards the southwest. That could interact with that storm. Yet to be determined how exactly it could affect that storm's health right now. Okay, so hearing some reports on Facebook, we're hearing your comments suggesting the sirens are going off in Heavener. Here's the thing with tornado sirens. Every local jurisdiction gets to set their own rules. They get to decide when to sound them. What I can tell you is there's no active tornado warning in that area. We do have a supercell that has a hook echo that has had some rotation at times. But the Weather Service said, look, the rotation is not strong enough to actually support a tornado warning at the moment. Here's the rotation. It's there. It's definitely there, and it is moving towards Heavener. So perhaps that went into the local authorities' thinking. I can't speak for them. I can tell you, though, that radar shows an area of broad rotation, a pretty healthy thunderstorm. That rotation located with where that hook echo is. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning, which includes a tornado possible tag. You see that just now popping up live here on Channel 5. That tornado possible tag is really, it's a cross between is a standard old severe thunderstorm warning, but it's not quite a tornado warning. It tells us the storm is severe. It's producing some damaging winds. It very well could be producing some hail. It's got some rotation in it. At any point, we might have to upgrade that to a tornado warning, but we're not there yet. So folks, if the sirens are going off in Heavener, you do have some rotation slowly moving your direction, but the sirens aren't actually going off just yet. One thing that is being pointed out is this storm is moving into an area that is going to be more favorable for some stronger rotation. So rotation is there, and it very well could tighten up. It could strengthen as it pushes into this more favorable environment upstream from that warning. So Heavener, Worcester, Poteau, you're in this brand new severe thunderstorm warning that's just popped up. That specific warning now going to go into effect, and it will be in effect until 8:30 this evening. So you got about 45 more minutes. These storms are crawling. 30-mile-per-hour movement with these storms. So not only do you got the severe weather potential, you start to see some flash flooding concern as well. There's an atmospheric phenomenon that we track closely during severe weather. It's called the cap, and you can think of it just like a cap on a Coke bottle. As soon as that cap goes, and you were to shake the Coke bottle, it spews, it makes a big mess, right? You get that explosion. That cap's really thin out ahead of this specific storm. And that's what we're specifically referring to when we talk about a more favorable environment. So here's Heavener. New thunderstorm warning also includes parts of southern Sebastian County. It does not include Scott County, though, although I think you could safely assume that area of rotation is going to get really, really close to that corner of southwestern Sebastian, eastern LaFleur, northwestern Scott County. It's really close to that general vicinity. So, all right, time now 7:46. We're tracking a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. No active tornado warnings at this moment, but a tornado watch, again, just means conditions are favorable, is going to remain in effect until 11 o'clock this evening. We talked a lot about that storm with the wall cloud in Crawford County. Initially had the wall cloud in Muldrow and did move into Crawford County. Here's some good news. I love to report to you good news. That storm has fallen below severe limits for the time being. And I want to emphasize for the time being, just because it very well could simply be cycling down before it cycles back up. We'll have to watch closely for that. And so right now, the main concern for us is this storm in LaFleur County, now getting into central LaFleur County. Eventually, it will cross that Arkansas-Oklahoma state line. Pretty evident hook echo right here. Look at that inflow notch. Look at all the lightning associated exactly where that inflow notch is. So here's Heavener. You got that heavy rain. You might even be seeing some small hail, not seeing a whole lot necessarily. Might be some smaller pea-size, penny-size hail, but it's probably going to be mostly just some heavy blinding rain. Here's the inflow into that storm. That's a pretty clear and evident hook echo and an inflow notch that is happening, and I think it's becoming more well-defined because of the environment that it's moving into. It's more favorable. We've got less of a cap. We've got more storm fuel and perhaps even a little bit of shear. Earlier this evening, the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman sent us a note saying, guys, just a heads up, the weather models may have been underdoing the amount of storm shear that's in the atmosphere, which means these storms may be a little bit stronger than what early afternoon and early evening weather models predicted, just on the account of that difference. And being that we're seeing that push into the river valley, where we did see some peaks of sunshine at times, especially there in west and southwestern parts of the area, that added some storm fuel to the air. So certainly reason to be concerned with this specific thunderstorm as it pushes into the Heavener area. Boy, it is moving so slowly, though. I want to put a track on this, but before I do that, I want to make just double sure I've got the speed correct on it. Tornado possible, moving at 30 miles per hour. So we update our computer systems here to account for that slower speed, and it's going to give us some estimates that you can use to make plans for you and your family. That's assuming it stays moving at the same speed it is now and at the current trajectory that it is now, and I don't see any reason to believe that it won't. So Heavener right around 8:05, so about 16 minutes from now is when you can expect the hook echo part of the storm to be moving in. You're going to be dealing with the downdraft or the heavy downpours and the hail a little bit earlier before the actual area of rotation may move to your direction. Hartford 8:36, Midland right around 8:45 as that storm tracks off towards the north and east. That's a look at what the rain mode shows us. We've got to look at the winds in this storm though to get an idea of exactly what the rotation is doing. It's still there. I've not seen a lot of differences over the last couple of scans. So strong enough, I think we're probably getting closer to the potential of a tornado warning being issued. Certainly the cell organization is there. It's got the look, it's got the shape. The question is, can this area of rotation or can this couplet get a little bit more tightly wound up? If it's going to do it, it may take its time. So we may be looking at this pending threat probably for the next several minutes at the least before it eventually crosses the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. And I'll tell you, the further north and east the storm goes, the more storm energy it's going to have available to it. So that's certainly something that as we're trying to predict what's going to happen in the near future, we know that one, the storm is organized now. We know that it's rotating broadly, but we're concerned with the environment that it's about to move into might support that tighter rotation. So heads up, folks, in LaFleur County, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. It includes Poteau, Worcester, and Heavener, although I don't think there's any tornadic threat to Worcester at the moment. It's likely going to pass really close to Heavener right in the middle of town. We did hear tornado sirens were sounding. Okay, folks, up in the booth, get me on channel 5 quickly if you can. Brand new tornado warning now issued for our southern LaFleur County storm Heavener. Rotation coming through, standing by. Folks online, you're going to see a bit of a transition here as we make our way over to channel 5. If you can give me a countdown when we are ready, we'll continue our coverage of this tornado warned storm as it moves through Heavener. Well, good Sunday evening. Chief Meteorologist Scott Covert here, as well as Meteorologist Bella Grace. We're interrupting your regular programming this evening for a brand new tornado warning just issued. LaFleur County, as well as parts of southwestern Sebastian County. You're in the path of this storm. Some rotations really been developing over the last couple of hours. This storm's been slow to develop, but at this point, the storm organization, the rotation in of itself is certainly going to be strong enough to prompt that tornado warning. So if you live in this red polygon, now's the time to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. Here's our area of rotation moving into Heavener. The tornado sirens were sounding earlier, according to reports we'd been receiving from viewers there near Heavener. That was previous to the actual warning being issued. Now that it's issued, I expect those sirens to continue. Your NOAA weather radios are alerting you. Your mobile phones are probably giving you those wireless emergency alerts. And of course, the always reliable Channel 5 app is going to be alerting you. Here's what I would like you to do. If you're in the Heavener community, I'd like you to turn your TV volume up and go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. We'll walk you through the storm. We're not going to go anywhere until the threat diminishes. If you don't have a tornado safety area, maybe you got a storm cellar you're not going to be able to hear the volume, download that free app real quickly. You'll be able to hear the sound of my voice and track this storm out together. Rotation right here where that red and that green really comes together. Here's Heavener, southeastern and now eastern, really eastern central LaFleur County. You're in the path of this tornado warned storm. What I want to do now is back this up. I'm going to show you the rain mode, and that's going to give us a pretty good idea exactly where that notch is. You see that hook echo? Not only do we find the rotation happening right here, you probably also notice that uptick in lightning. Pretty healthy thunderstorm. It's been a slowly developing supercell over the last hour. It finally, though, has that rotation coming together just enough to prompt that tornado warning. We've seen this specific storm continue to grow in intensity, and we're getting some model data that suggests it's actually going to be moving into an area that's even more favorable for the potential of tornadoes than it was even just moments ago. So if you're in downstream, if you live in Heavener, perhaps you live in extreme southwestern, let's say that's going to be Sebastian County still. You're in the path of this storm. Poto is technically included in the severe thunderstorm warning, but Poto is not. Just to be clear, Poto is not in the actual tornado warning itself. Heavener is going to be our biggest population center within the path of that storm. What we'll do is we'll take another look at that rotation, and you can see it where those reds are meeting the greens right there. That's going to be your concerning zone in that storm. We track this towards the north and east. I'll put this track on here to give you some idea of when it's going to arrive. Over the next hour. These are generally moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. Heavener right around 8:07. So while it's knocking on your back door, I do think you might have a couple of minutes to safely put the shoes on. And let's go ahead and be exercising those tornado safety precautions. Sugar Creek, how about 8:18? Hartford, 8:37. Let me back up. Trestle Ford, 8:27. Mansfield, 8:52, should that storm continue tracking up towards the north and east. If you're just joining us, we have a brand new tornado warning, our first in our area of the evening, primarily for LaFleur County. That's where the majority of the threat is going to be, although there is parts of Sebastian County. It's going to be southwestern Sebastian County, not including Fort Smith as of this moment. Now, should that change, of course, we will definitely be on top of that and let you know. It does appear that this storm would eventually track into southern Sebastian County, likely missing Fort Smith, that specific storm. There are other storms out there that aren't warned right now that don't have an actual tornado threat with them. This one certainly does. How about that hook echo right there? That's where your concern is. I know we've got some cameras in Fort Smith, but if we were to point those south, to be honest, we're not going to see a lot, just because we're not going to be able to see through all the rain and the hail that could be falling out of that forward flank of the storm. So not too concerned with that. Poto, you're in a thunderstorm warning. You probably got the gusty winds and the hail, but the tornado threat right here in this hook echo. Now here's the thing. Not only am I concerned with the rotation that's happening right now, we know that that environment out ahead of it may support some stronger rotation. The shear levels there are a little bit higher. And so we got to watch closely to see if this doesn't tighten up a little bit further. Still, right now, this is Doppler radar indicated, so we don't have actually any visual confirmation. Gosh, it's 7:56. We're losing a lot of daylight out there. So I'm not sure we would see a whole lot without lightning strikes, but I will tell you there's quite a bit of lightning in that area. About 5 minutes ago, it looks like we might have seen a wall cloud with that system. Not necessarily a surprise to me. Folks up in the booth, I think I shared with you that storm chaser we were talking to a little bit earlier. If you want to go ahead and monitor feeds from him, that may be insightful. If you just want to get in my ear and let me know what you might or might not see. I believe he was specifically on this storm. He told me he was going to be on this specifically. So here's our area of rotation, Heavener. Heavener, you are in the path of the storm. It's knocking on your back door. The storm's moving pretty slowly, but I'll say if you're on the west and south side of Heavener, you got to really be in those safe spots right now. That rotation, it's wrapping up. It's getting a little stronger. But as of this moment, I don't think we have a tornado on the ground just yet. There is a way we can tell whether or not that's actually happening. Before I click on this, let me tell you what we're about to see, some pretty messy data, but I'll walk you through it. This is the Doppler radar showing us the size and the shape of everything up in the cloud. And right now, we're not finding any blues in the middle of all that red. If we saw blue, that would be radar telling me, Scott, there's something up here that shouldn't be up here. It's a debris signature, right? I'm not seeing that. What we can do, just for safe measure, let's analyze this together for the last 15 minutes. Not seeing any debris signatures just yet. Bella, if you wanted to, on max 2, just keep an eye on correlation coefficient. I just don't want to miss a debris signature over there while we're focused on velocity. Here's our area of rotation. In fact, we can give you some roads here. Really in the Hodgkin community, Concert community, Hodgins Road, Petros. These are some of those smaller communities out there that are in the path of the storm. This is where the rotation is. Concert Road, and it's the intersection of Highway 270. This is where we would find that rotation if we were able to see it. County Road 156 is also in that area. It's starting to come together, getting a little bit tighter there as it pushes a little bit further. You can see some of these towns and these communities that are also going to be in the path of this storm. Forest Hill, Highway 59, Petros, Heavener, of course, they're along 270 and 59. that's going to be in the path of this storm. That's where you're finding the rotation as well. That's it. I just don't want to forget everyone else across the region. In terms of active severe weather, we do have some strong, impactful thunderstorms in Washington County and Crawford County. Those at times have exhibited some severe weather. In fact, that Crawford County storm had a nice hook echo with it as well earlier, but at the moment it has fallen below severe limits, so we stay solely focused on this specific storm. I was talking to storm chaser Zach Hall here from 5 Country earlier this evening. You're looking at a live feed from his cell. It does appear that there is a bit of a lowering there with that system. Looks like he's got a pretty decent vantage point of it. Looks like maybe I see some blue flashing lights. It's probably going to be some emergency crews stopping traffic is what I suspect might be happening. I don't at this moment see contact with the ground. So that's some good news for us. I don't see any damage or debris being lofted on radar. But what I do see on radar itself, a very strong storm. We look at the ground truth and perhaps we do see a bit of a lowering there that suggests to us that something could certainly be trying to come together in the near future. So if we live in Heavener, you got a matter of minutes. Right now it is 8 o'clock exactly. That storm, the area of rotation, moving just to the south of Heavener at the moment, and it's going to continue pushing off towards the south, towards the north and east. I don't see anything out ahead of it. About 3 hours ago at this point, I told Bella offhand, off air, that this was going to be our concerning storm, and the reason why it was to the south and just didn't have anything to obscure that inflow. It didn't have anything to block all that storm fuel from pumping up into it, and I'm afraid that's what's happened here this evening. So as we continue to keep a close eye on Zach's feed there, you guys can monitor that up in the booth and just let me know if you see something that we need to pay close attention to. Here's going to be Heavener right here. The Heavener sirens have been sounding for quite some time. I'm noticing an uptick in the lightning. Again, that's that pulse check. That's a way of just telling how healthy is that thunderstorm, how strong is it. When that lightning starts to tick back up, especially as it's wound up as it is, you got that very, very pronounced hook echo. It's a concerning signal for me, right? That's certainly something we don't want to take lightly with this specific cell. I do want to again give folks in Heavener and LaFleur County my cell phone number. If you want to reach us here, I need your reports there if you can do so safely. Before I give you that number, I want to ask you this. Please don't go out on your front porch and try to see this storm, but if you happen to get a good picture, good video, or have some ground truth, number here, 479-785-5000. That comes directly to my cell phone, so if you see me looking off screen over here, I am monitoring that and seeing your reports from time to time. All right, live radar giving us brand new update. Heavener area, nice hook echo right here. Starting to see that really tighten up. Our lightning is pulsing up, our rotation maintaining itself, and that's as it is right now. The reason I think I might be a little bit more concerned is that storm's getting ready to move into an environment that might be slightly more favorable for the development of some more strong rotation. Getting some reports of some storm spotters out of the area that have passed this report along to the National Weather Service. A quote, low and rapidly rotating wall cloud south of Heavener. Low and rapidly rotating wall cloud south of Heavener. I certainly see that. Here's your rotation. It's starting to really tighten up. You don't find it as more broad as it was even a couple of scans ago. The tighter it gets, the faster it can spin, and perhaps the closer we are to tornado genesis. Viewing in this storm is very tough, just given how much rain it is. This is what we call a high precipitation supercell. Look, you know how muggy it was out there today? That mugginess is a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and that mugginess is going to continue to pump in some moisture into these storms, and that is certainly something we've got to be really concerned with. That's one of those key ingredients when you look at a supercell and everything it needs to sustain itself and grow. Moisture is one of them. So it's starting to really wrap up. Brand new data just now coming in. Here's the concern south of Heavener, rapidly rotating wall cloud with that specific storm. We could have tornado genesis happening at any moment. We very well could see that develop at any moment. Not only is the environment good here, Not only is that storm showing some really strong signs of rotation, that storm's moving into an area, especially in southern Sebastian County. Mansfield, I want you to get ready, okay? You're not in the warning yet, but I want you to start thinking through where you might go and what you might do, the things you might grab just in case you're put under a warning. We very well could see one extended downstream. Now, it might not happen in the next few minutes, just given how slowly these storms are moving. This one specifically at about 35 miles per hour. So it may be some time. That's some good news for us. We don't have to rush. We don't have to trip over ourselves to get to those safe places. Huebner, though, we definitely need to be in our tornado safety areas. Even more pronounced rotation with that scan. I'm going to change that dated view just a little bit. Here we go. This is going to be our area of concern. Right here. It's moving so slowly. We do have spotters, we do have chasers there in the area that are going to be giving us a really good indicator as to what they're seeing. If at any point we have a good camera view that we can pull back up from Zach, just let me know and we'll certainly take a look at what's being seen out there. Zach and I were talking earlier this afternoon about this potential storm. It was the southernmost storm. And one of the things I learned a long time ago, boy, those southernmost storms are often the ones that you might want to watch because they just don't have to compete with anything else. They don't have to compete with other thunderstorms. They've got all that storm fuel and all that energy available to them for themselves. And that's what's happened with this specific storm. And just glancing, that's still the case. There's nothing out here that's going to rob this storm of its fuel. And as it moves into southern Sebastian County, perhaps far western Scott County, it's still going to have all that fuel available to just itself. Environment very favorable for the potential of a tornado with that storm. That's our only active warning here in 5 Country at the moment. So we stick with this specific storm. LaFleur County, you're under a tornado warning. The Huebner community specifically. Poto, we're not in the tornado warning. You might be hearing the sirens. You might be alerted on your mobile devices of the warning, but you're actually not in it. You see that brand new warning just trimmed off parts of the area that's no longer under the threat, but it remains here for eastern LaFleur County, southwestern Scott County. The time that would expire, if it's allowed to, and I'll be honest, I'm just not sure it's going to be anytime soon unless something changes quickly. That's going to be 8:15. Is for that tornado warning. I suspect, so right now it's 8:06, I suspect we'll continue to see that warning issued further downstream before it's all said and done. Now look, it's possible, and it's possible that things pulse down. It's possible that this storm loses its steam. I just don't see any signs of that right now. I see this storm potentially getting a little bit stronger as it nears the state line. We're going to take another look at correlation coefficient. The reason why, I just want to make sure we're not seeing any debris lofted up in the air. So I'm going to back this up to the last 15 minutes. Bear with me. We're going to analyze this. I'm not seeing a distinct debris signature with that, but certainly some messy data in that area. You go back and forth between where the winds are, and perhaps there could be a little bit of something there. Certainly something worth paying attention to. Area of rotation is actually in this general area. So I think our concern has now passed barely off towards the east of Huebner. Here's going to be 270, right? So that's our highway, our landmark. Our area of rotation now just off towards the east, getting closer and closer to that Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. Generally, the storm's moving off towards the north and east, and so that would take it into southern Sebastian County. Boy, it's going to be close. Look, obviously the Weather Service didn't include Scott County in that warning. Far northwestern Scott County, they did include Sebastian, and they're going to continue that warning. Technically, it was set to expire at 8:15. I just don't see a situation in which they don't extend that out unless we get a couple more scans that show that rotation weakens. Not seeing that at the moment, not to say it might not happen, but that's my current thoughts. Here's your hook echo. Boy, it's just still pronounced. Even if that rotation does come down, I'll tell you the storm cell organization and the structure in of itself is impressive. I mean, it's maintained this hook echo for quite some time, even before the rotation really kicked it into high gear. So I suspect this storm is going to continue to be pretty healthy as it moves into southwestern Sebastian County. Hartford, I know you're not technically in the warning, neither is Mansfield, but that's not to say that if there's a new one drawn that you wouldn't be. So in the spirit of just getting ready and being prepared for all things, let's just be mindful of that. That a warning could be coming at any point. look, maybe they let it expire. So certainly hope they would. That would tell us that maybe the threat's going to diminish. The rotation not as organized and maybe as it once was just a little bit ago, but as we've discussed and as is always the case around these parts, at the end of these storms can cycle up and they can cycle down. Hearing some reports from LaFleur County Emergency Management, looks like they are confirming a tornado south and west of Hodgkin. Okay, so storm chaser Zach Hall, who we've been in communication with all afternoon and this evening, posted this photo about 7 minutes ago. Is that in contact with the ground? I don't know, but it certainly, if it wasn't, it was really close. Definitely a funnel. Emergency managers out of LaFleur County, the authorities on the scene, they're confirming a tornado to us and the Weather Service with this specific system. So rotation very evident out there. It's possible we do have something on the ground still. These storms, when they're discrete and isolated like this, they often are able to produce what are called longer track tornadoes. And that's different than the quick spin-ups that we often see embedded in squall lines, similar to what moved through overnight last night into this morning. So I don't see this threat passing really anytime soon. I think it's not only well-defined as it is, it's obviously very strong rotation now east of Heavener, but it's also going to be moving into a favorable environment. And I know I keep saying that, but if a storm is already producing rotation, potentially producing a tornado, and it's about to move into a more favorable environment, you got to increase your concern just a bit, right? And I do think that is the situation we're dealing with this specific storm. Starting to see a lot more lightning there in the updraft. So if that thing was cycling up and down, perhaps I think we're on the upcycle yet again with that specific storm. Radar's continually scanning the skies above it there. So we're continuously getting new data in. I want to stay tight on it. It's not that I've forgotten about the rest of 5 Country, but this is our only warning at the moment. Not only is it the only warning, it's a concerning warning at that. I'm looking at some of our iCams off screen. That's probably Fort Smith, if I had to guess. Quite a bit of lightning and thunder in that area. We're not going to be able to pierce through this. This is a high precipitation supercell. It's likely going to be rain wrapped, which is my way of just pleading with you. Please don't go outside and try to see this. There's a good chance you won't, just simply because there's so much rain and potentially some hail falling out of this storm as well. Reds, greens, where they meet, that's our rotation. It's not moved much past Heavener off towards the east. These storms are just moving so slowly, 25 to 30 miles per hour at a time. So that's a really slow moving storm. And that leads to flash flooding inevitably on the backside of this system. So, you know, fingers crossed we didn't actually have a tornado on the ground, although it looks like it's certainly possible we might have had at least a brief touchdown. It looks like there is the brand new tornado warning now being filled in for Scott County with that system. So it was a bit confusing, and the more I think about it, Scott County, I think if I'm correct, is covered by the Weather Service out of Little Rock. So that's probably why these polygons looked a bit funny at times. We had 2 different offices. Storm spotter in LaFleur County reporting a tornado on Highway 128 south of Heavener, headed towards the Arkansas state line. Also seeing some storm chaser video near Highway 128. That's also going to be east of Heavener. So folks, we have a tornado on the ground, more than likely. Multiple reports now coming out of Heavener from not only storm chasers but local authorities that we are tracking a very dangerous situation. Tornado on the ground moving towards the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. The warning now includes parts of southwestern Sebastian County as well as northwestern and northern Scott County. If you're in this red polygon, I got to tell you, I know we get a lot of these tornado warnings and it's easy just to find the entertainment value in it, and instead of taking those tornado safety precautions, we just stay watching and we might go out on the porch. This is not the case. We will be getting a new tornado warning. It's being drawn up right now. It's going to show up on my map anytime soon. There it is. Now includes Mansfield. We've been talking about Mansfield. We gave you that early heads up. Now's the time. Use everything you got ready over the last hour as this storm is approaching to your favor right now. What I'm saying is, let's go ahead and move to the innermost room. Let's seek shelter, find that storm shelter. Here's your rotation. It's probably going to strengthen. It's not showing any signs of weakening, and we know based off just analysis of radar data that the environment that it's going to move into would support it continuing to strengthen up. And I think that may very well be what is going to happen. So this new this new tornado warning, which continues to include LaFleur and Sebastian counties, that's going to run until 8:45 this morning. This evening. We've been here a really long time, right? It's going to run until 8:45 this evening. In addition to just the likelihood of a tornado happening right here, we've probably got some large hail, 1-inch hail, that's quarter size. And we probably got some winds coming out of that system as well. If you're just now joining us, maybe your mobile phones are alerting you for the first time of this impending threat. Large supercell, confirmed tornado, numerous reports from chasers, local emergency managers that we've got a tornado on the ground in eastern LaFleur County. Does not include Poteau, Worcester, the threat has passed you. Heavener, the threat is now just off to your east, and we're getting really close to that Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. Here's Mansfield, here's the community of Oliver. You're in the path of this dangerous storm that has had multiple eyes on it, confirming that we do have the potential of a tornado. So I'm drawing a brand new track. Hartford, expect this storm at 8:35, 8:50 in Mansfield. Look, folks, you've got time. Right? You've got time to put the tennis shoes on. You know, often recommend maybe if the kids have like a baseball helmet, a couple of heavy books, just in case that tornado does come through. It's really good to put something over your head, right? Protect your head at all costs if you can. So if you got something that is useful for that, you got a couple of minutes if you're in Hartford or if you're in Mansfield. If you live there in rural eastern LaFleur County, really the time is now. You've got mere seconds if you live east of Heavener, let's say between Heavener and the Arkansas state line. A closer look at this, Sugar Creek, Loving, anywhere along Loving's Road and to the north, here's your tornado. This is it. It's going to be embedded within that mess of rain and that hail, but it's there. And we've seen multiple eyes on it over the last few minutes. We've seen multiple pictures as well beginning to come out of this area of what was probably a funnel at one point before eventually making contact with the ground, turning it into an actual tornado. What I'm going to do quickly, I don't know what I'm about to see, so we're going to analyze this in real time together. I'll walk you through what I'm looking at. I know it's a psychedelic picture, a lot of colors, a lot of pictures. It's a little bit like reading an X-ray. You got to kind of study it. You look for some signs of some debris, and I'm not honestly seeing a definitive sign at this point. But I do believe the reports coming out of the area that we probably did, in fact, have an actual tornado with that system. Now to the east of Heavener, so Sugar Creek and Gibson, we're going to be in the path of this storm before it eventually moves into far northwestern Scott, really on that county line. So the Sebastian and Scott County line, it's going to get really close to you folks right there. I think probably the majority of this, unless it takes a right shift, which is a real possibility, okay, unless it takes a right shift, I think we're going to find that storm in southern Sebastian County. Trestle Ford, Hartford, let's take those tornado safety precautions. Mansfield, you're also in the tornado warning. You're probably hearing those sirens going off, and if you're just now tuning in and wondering what's going on, we have one supercell that has a history of producing a tornado even as recent as the last 5 to 10 minutes. And that supercell is going to be capable of producing not only the continuation of the tornado that we see, but we're afraid it may actually strengthen up. We're afraid that rotation might actually be increasing as it approaches the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line. Starting to see a bit more of those pixels come together. It's a messy view. You know, once you get so close to the radar, that can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. It can be a good thing in the sense of you're probably getting a good sample of the data, but you got to keep in mind the Earth is round, so the radar shoots its beam out, which might mean we're sitting at a bit of an angle the closer we get to it. There is part of an area that you can be too close to the radar. I don't think we're seeing that necessarily right now, but certainly some strong signs of rotation. And in fact, when you look at storm relative velocity, which is just another way of looking at the winds, you start to see a very strong signal of that rotation right here near Sugar Creek. That's where it's at, folks. So if we've got a tornado still on the ground, like we did, it's in the Sugar Creek community, getting real close to that state line. If you live along that state line, Oklahoma, Arkansas, you really got to be in that safe place. Right now is the time to seek shelter. Right now is the time to take those tornado safety precautions as this tornado warned storm continues to show no signs of weakening. In fact, I would say over the last several scans, the only thing I've seen is an uptick in that rotation. Pretty strong rotation right there with that tornado-warned storm that is probably just minutes from moving into southwestern Sebastian County. I suspect Travis Cooper probably watching. Travis, text me if you hear something, please. I got my phone over here, and we have folks up in the booth watching our text messages as well as things move in to the area. Also hearing from an Arkansas State Trooper who is going to relay some reports should he see anything as well. I want you to know I saw that over here. Okay, right now time 8:19. We are tracking a tornado-warned storm. It's the only storm in the area with an observed tornado tag on it. We've had multiple chasers, law enforcement, emergency management. They've seen this tornado on the ground near Heavener, Oklahoma. That's going to be in LaFleur County. It's a slow mover, 25 to 30 miles per hour. It's not moving fast at all. So if you're in Hartford, well, yes, I'm telling you, you might have time. I want you to use that time wisely, okay? Probably not the best time to hop in the car and try to outrun it. It's probably not the best time to hop in the car unless you just really got to seek shelter. If you're avoiding a mobile home, perhaps, be smart, right? Do those things that you know to do that we've been taught to do around these parts for quite some time. This tornado means business. I think we've had one on the ground. It's probably been on the ground for a while at this point, at least over the last 15 to 20 minutes. As we continually see this radar update, what I'm looking for is a sign of weakening. I want to give you some good news, but right now I just can't do it. Here's your rotation. It's now to the north of Sugar Creek, so it looks like we might be getting a little bit of a northwesterly movement. The data's a little bit messy. I'm going to redraw that circulation to reflect the newest update we just got in. I think we're right on the state line now, folks. I think the area of rotation, this concern, it's hugging the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. Hartford, it's going to be in your neck of the woods here real soon. Eventually, should it continue on its current course, Mansfield, I think we're going to be under the gun there as well. So we got some tornado sirens airing in southern Sebastian County. We have reports from fire department officials. They are seeing the circulation from Hartford. So we're probably looking at the lightning strikes. Might have a little bit of light out there as we approach. It's probably pretty dark, but with lightning, we might have actually a pretty decent view. Here's your hook echo. It looks pretty pronounced, right? I feel like everyone that's grown up around Arkansas, you know pretty well how to pick out a hook echo. So your eye's probably drawn exactly to where that's at. That's where our rotation is. Still technically probably in Oklahoma, but hugging that Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. I think we're really soon going to find that storm in southern and southwestern Sebastian County. Very strong rotation. Let's see, getting some updates from the Weather Service. Kind of seeing some similar indications there. Strong rotation continues. Perhaps radar data may not be the best. Looks to be a little bit contaminated. I think that is something I could concur with as we saw that last scan. With that said, what does that mean for you at home? It means nothing. It means we still have strong rotation and need to get some better radar data. Hopefully we can do that here real soon. Still have some strong rotation in the area. May not consider this side lobe information as much as you would otherwise do, just given how bright it is. That's probably some bad pixels coming in. That's probably the radar just not too sure what's actually happening. There may be something interfering with it. I still think there's rotation there, pretty broad rotation. And just given how recent we had a tornado on the ground, I wouldn't let my guard down at all. If I'm in Hartford and I'm in Mansfield, I'm in my safe place, and I'm going to be there until this threat passes. If you're just now joining us here on Channel 5 or on any of our digital platforms, confirmed tornado on the ground east of Heavener now with this supercell. That's the only one. I will do just a quick area-wide reset. We know it's storming elsewhere across 5 country. We do have some strong thunderstorms now moving into parts of Benton, Madison, Carroll, Washington, even Crawford counties. You've got some rain and some thunderstorms near Fort Smith. That's probably going to be along Highway 22 into Charleston. You probably got a little bit of rain. It's not severe, though. It's not really anything to be concerned with as of this moment. If that changes, of course, we'll let you know. You're looking live on the left-hand side of your screen from ACHE in Fort Smith. Pretty dark camera. What I suspect, though, is if we look long enough, we'll be seeing a lot of lightning. It's like I knew what I was about to say. A lot of lightning with this storm. It's a pretty healthy thunderstorm Here's your inflow notch. So you got some strong winds blowing into it out of the southeast. There's nothing out ahead of it to stop those winds. And until that storm runs into something a little bit different, those winds are going to keep pumping in some moisture. It's going to keep pumping in really the fuel that it needs to maintain that updraft. And right now, that updraft, it's spinning like a top. You saw some pretty decent rotation with it, rotation that did make contact with the ground. Numerous reports of a tornado confirmed. I've yet to hear of any actual damage reports. Or any injuries, fatalities, anything of that nature. I can peek out into the 5 News newsroom, and I know we've got a good team here working to track down some of those reports. Should they actually come in, should we see some reports of that, I'll be sure to pass those along to you. Right now, though, looks like perhaps the tornado did touch down in what appears to be a more of a rural area. You know, I know people still live there, right? Not to discount that by any stretch of the imagination, but a rural area that perhaps maybe we don't have a lot of damage aside from tree damage or things of that nature. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. Let's give folks a heads up of where this storm's going. Still crawling, 30 miles an hour. Boy, it's not picking up speed at all. The actual area of rotation moving off towards the northeast. According to the latest storm track, we're still looking at 836 for Hartford, so we have a ways to go. How about 850 in Mansfield, Echo, 904, Washburn, 914. So let's keep that in mind. If you live in any of those locations, this storm's moving your direction. It's been a strong supercell for quite some time, right? We were tracking this storm back when it was in Pushmataha County. It eventually started to organize. It started to show a hook echo. Rotation slowly really built in. It's really a slow mover, a slow grower, but nonetheless, it has materialized into a pretty strong supercell thunderstorm with some decent rotation out there here this evening. Rotation enough that let's go ahead and encourage folks to take those tornado safety precautions if you live in the path of this storm. At any point we have any more information from the field, any visuals, video, text, pictures, otherwise, you can just let me know in my ear, and we'll address those as you get them. This is it, though. This is our concern. I'd love for there to be something down here, south and southeast of that storm, anything that would undercut that inflow, but there's not anything right now. So it's really maintaining itself, and it has for the last couple of hours. I'd love to see that hook echo go away. It's just not happening right now. It's about to move the hook echo almost entirely into parts of southwestern Sebastian County, now crossing the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. Pretty mountainous region right through here, right? So it may be kind of tough to see anything, especially given the fact that it's gone dark. Lightning is going to be our best friend. When you take storm spotter classes, when you take advanced storm spotter classes especially, lightning is your friend. Lightning is pretty much the only way you're going to be able to see, and of course it's just for a flash of the moment, so you got to be trained really well to see into that storm. I know we do have some spotters that have confirmed the tornado earlier. They've confirmed the wall cloud, the rotating mesocyclone associated with that storm, but we've not actually seen reports from spotters at least in the last 7 minutes, so we've not gotten a lot of updates from anyone actually with eyes on the storm. Radar alone tells me all I need to know for right now. Look, I'd love to have your reports, but for right now, I have a high degree of confidence. We've got something going on there. It's still got some messy data. Rotation it is, though. It's going to be moving just to the southwest of Hartford is where that rotation is. The cell is actually crossing a ridge line. That better environment that we've been talking about, it's still ahead of that ridge. So even though right now I think this might look a bit messy, I foresee us being on this cell with a tornado warning at least for a little bit longer, right? Once it starts to cross that ridge, if you live in the area, you know what I'm talking about. I think it's going to probably, unfortunately, encounter that better shear. Once it gets off of it, we very well could see that cell reorganize and re-strengthen. Right now, not all that impressive, but I want to be clear, I'm not giving you the all clear, right? If we're in Mansfield, if we're anywhere between Hartford and Mansfield, I want to keep us in those safe locations. I want to keep us in those interior-most rooms, those closets, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You got a storm shelter underground, that's a pretty great bet as well. We'll take a tighter look. Perhaps we can get a little bit of roads popping up may give us an idea of who exactly is in the path of this storm. So the apex community, here's West Hartford, here's Hartford. Here's going to be your area of rotation. Pretty messy signal there. Not all too confident with exactly what's happening. The way the radar's presenting that data isn't the best that it can do. It's a bit contaminated is how we would describe that. So with that said, it's hard to say with a high degree of confidence that the tornado's still on the ground. We can take a look at correlation coefficient, which is our debris detector. We'll zoom way out of that. That'll make you sick real quick. I don't see a bright spot of blue amongst all the red. That would be telling me that there's something in the atmosphere that shouldn't be there. That's often twigs, it's often shingles, yard furniture, leaves, vegetation, things of that nature. We'll back this up over the last 30 minutes and see if we can't find some of that debris. In fact, I think I just saw some of it right there. Here's going to be our debris signature. It was when it was east of Heavener. You can really tightly see it right here. You see that couple of blue pixels? It's really tough to read, but what that's telling me is that's radar saying, Scott, there's something at the radar beam level that's not supposed to be there. It's not raindrops and it's not hail. It's a different shape, it's a different size, and that's where we start to see those blue pixels. That's where the rotation was east of Heavener. That's our tornado that we had on the ground earlier. We had multiple eyes on it from chasers, spotters, fire department officials, and local emergency managers. So I definitely feel pretty good about saying we had a tornado on the ground. Whether or not it was a strong tornado, what the rating was, that's a job for the Weather Service. They've had a very busy last couple of days, so it may not be another day or two before we are able to get a team out there to assess just how strong it was and assign it an EF rating. As of right now, though, not seeing any actual debris in the atmosphere. So that's our good news. We're going to go back to rain mode. We still see a pretty strong signal there. Looks like we have it's a modified tornado warning. We've now given LaFleur County the all clear. I've said LaFleur County a lot tonight, so I know you folks are probably breathing a sigh of relief, and just know that we are breathing that sigh of relief with you as well. The tornado warning for Sebastian County, however, that continues. That's going to continue for us at least until 8:45. The rotation right now is 4 miles south of Hartford. So here's Hartford, got about 4 miles to the south. You see this hook right here? Here's our hook echo. That's our appendage. That's where we would find the rotation. That's where we've seen the rotation for the last couple of hours, and it's moving 30 miles an hour towards the east-northeast. So I do think parts of Hartford are certainly in a very concerning area. If we're in Hartford, we've got to be in those safe locations right now. You have a matter of minutes before that's moving through town. Mansfield, because it's moving so slow, it may not be for a few more minutes, right? With that said, though, as long as it maintains its strength and its path, and I see no reason to believe it's not, I think we're going to have that hook echo minimally moving through the Mansfield area. Rotation, it's there. Still a bit messy. Maybe radar's starting to resolve this a little bit better than it was earlier. But here's our rotation. It's there, not as pronounced visually on radar, but I'm not letting my concern down yet. I think we're going to have to keep our guard up with this specific storm. Not only is the rotation continuing, we can analyze the storm environment ahead of it. And we know that it's moving into an environment that will continue to support tornadogenesis and pretty strong updrafts, rotating updrafts as well. I think we're getting less side lobe contamination. I think this radar data is becoming a bit more reliable over the last couple of scans. Whatever issues it was having, it appears that maybe we're starting to resolve those. So we can take a tighter look back into that specific cell. Trestle 4, this is going to be just off to your east, so the threat has passed your area. Hartford, you're next. If you live along 71, Mansfield, especially, you're in the path of this storm. The rotation itself probably passes just to the south of Midland, the south of Fox Hill. But I want to be really clear, It's going to be way too close for comfort. If you're in either of those two areas, you're still technically included in the tornado warning. I would seek shelter. I would treat this as if it is on a beeline right into your area. Right now, we're about 2 to 3 miles south of Hartford. And just keep in mind, we're looking at radar data that's a couple of minutes old. So it's important to tell you that while this is where the rotation is according to the latest radar data, it may not actually be totally on top of things. The radar may be behind a couple of minutes, which means this rotation could be a little bit further towards the east. So we've probably got that rotation moving through Hartford right now, starting to see more strong inflow back into that storm. You can kind of see that as it evolves. The lightning looks to be coming back up as well. That tells me maybe we're back on the upswing of things. I'm getting some information. Look, here's the thing. This is our only tornado warning at the moment, but I do need to check on something here in Crawford County. This cell moving out of Crawford County also has a bit of a hook, starting to get a bit more organized, perhaps a little bit of rotation, trying to develop northeast of Chester. It's probably going to move back into southwestern Washington County. Bella, keep an eye on that for me over there. If you see anything at all begin to come organized, please let me know. In the meantime, I'm going to stick right here in Sebastian County. That's where we need to focus our attention for the moment. Should something else materialize, we'll bounce back and forth, no question about it. Don't worry, we're going to keep you safe through these storms tonight. Area-wide, we do have quite a bit of activity going on. That's velocity mode. It shows us the winds. Right now, you find a lot of this is somewhat scattered and isolated in nature. Which is a bit concerning, right? We get these squall lines, these quasi-linear convective systems, big old lines of storms, just like what rolled in late last night into the early morning hours. Those often lend themselves to really quick spin-up tornadoes, but these, on the other hand, these isolated discrete cells, they can produce long-track tornadoes. And I think that's what we're probably seeing here. Even though we've not covered a lot of ground necessarily with this storm that's now moved into southern Sebastian County, it's moving so slowly that it was on the ground probably for at least a little bit. We had multiple confirmations of that. Here's your hook echo. It's just to the north of the Scott-Sebastian County line, right? So here's that ridge we're talking about. It's now moving off of it, and we do believe that it's going to become a bit more better organized as it gets a little bit closer to the Mansfield area. So if we're in Mansfield, time's quickly diminishing. It's probably time to be in those tornado safety locations. Innermost room of your home, lowest possible room in your home. Put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. I know everyone knows that, but in case we have some new folks that now reside in 5 country that might not be used to dealing with severe storms like this, I spoke with someone just earlier this evening who's not from Arkansas, not from Oklahoma, and just wasn't really sure. Here's the thing. If that's you, or perhaps you just have good old garden variety storm anxiety, myself, the team of meteorologists here, we're going to walk you through every step of this storm, and we're not going to go off air until the threat passes, okay? That's my promise to you. It's a promise that I'm proud to keep. Here's our threat right now. The strongest storm in southern Sebastian County. Here's the rotation. I think it's starting to get more organized. We had seen a bit of a downward trend with it, but over the last couple of scans, it's looking like it might be pulsing back up. And I don't like that for us here in Mansfield. I don't like that for those of us in Hartford. So I want you to go ahead and treat this storm pretty seriously. It has a history, a recent history over the last few minutes of producing a tornado on the ground. Here's going to be the rotation. Scott County, you're technically included in this tornado warning. I'm going to tell you that threat has passed, and you will be dropped from that warning when the time is appropriate. The National Weather Service will make that decision, but I'll tell you, our threat is actually going to be now nearing Hartford. Brand new data coming in, stronger inflow. So what I'm seeing here is we're looking at a pretty messy picture, but this is showing us the winds above us. It's a velocity signature, and of course, that's going to give us an idea of where the rotation is, how strong it is or isn't. Green is wind blowing towards the Fort Smith radar, okay? Red's blowing out. And you see how it gets wound up like that? You see how it gets a little bit tighter there near Hartford? Well, that's our rotation. That's a pretty strong indicator of rotation. I'm still not finding debris at this moment in that area. It would be messy if we did. Hidden among those pixels. Not seeing it at the moment. Bella's going to keep an eye on that for us, as well as that storm exiting Crawford County, moving into southeastern Washington County. I want to keep a close eye on that. It's looking a bit more organized. And it's moving into an area that's a bit untapped. We've not seen a lot of activity in southeastern Washington County this afternoon into this evening, and that could lend itself to the potential of some additional thunderstorm. Hearing some reports from Sebastian County Emergency Management. A good buddy of mine went to college with for emergency management. Authorities are monitoring South Sebastian and sounding the warning sirens. Of course, that's some good news there. Warning sirens, that needs to be only one of multiple tools in your tool chest at home to stay weather aware. Of course, we recommend the free 5 News app. If you lose power, perhaps, in your homes and you can't watch us on television, you can find us there on those apps and we'll walk you through the storm. NOAA Weather Radio is also a good option. And all of those things help make sure that you're weather aware and can stay ahead of the storm. Here's our issue. Now passing to the southeast of Hartford. Heavy rain, a lot of lightning and thunder continuing in Hartford right now, but the area of rotation now just off towards the south and east of that specific storm. And that's going to continue pushing towards the northeast. Last check, it was about 30 miles per hour. And so that takes it pretty close into the Mansfield community, if not maybe just to the south side of town. Some of this latest evolution of this storm may take us a little bit further off towards the south of Mansfield. Not ready to say that definitively yet, but generally speaking, Mansfield 851, Abbott 857, Echo 904 this morning. This is tracking just the area of rotation. I believe there's going to be some heavy rain, a lot of hail coming out of the downdraft portion of this storm. That's concerning in of itself, but the rotation here right now, unless this storm evolves and morphs into something different, would take it into parts of southern Mansfield here real shortly. That's that system. At any point, are we seeing any reports, hearing anything up top? I trust you guys are going to get in my ear and let me know, so I'll just wait for that. Nothing substantive at the time. Okay, so while we're waiting on fresh data from that Sebastian County storm, what we'll do is we're going to take a look area-wide, get an idea of what's going on. Here's the storm that was becoming a bit more organized. It's now exited Crawford County, tracking that in southeastern Washington. Soon that moves to Mansfield, okay? We're clear here in Franklin County at the moment. We're going to have some showers and some storms moving through the river valley. Those at the moment on the northern side of that supercell aren't all that impressive. Certainly some heavy rain, some frequent lightning and thunder running just to the south of I-40, pretty much parallel here with US 64. So Ozark, between Ozark and Mulberry, eventually into Alma, you got a lot of heavy rain moving through the area. Heavy rain, maybe even some small hail soon in Greenwood. Heavy rain and hail probably going to pick up in Mansfield. I hate to say it, but I've been looking at this for the last couple of scans, so I'm just going to point it out. Heavener, there's another storm developing on your back door off to the west. Let's keep an eye on that as well. I'm afraid that's kind of taking that similar shape, a similar structure. Nothing to be concerned with at the moment. But given what we know about the environment that's supporting this rotation, these rapidly developing supercells, we're going to have to be continuing with that. In the near term, this Sebastian County cell is moving into an area that we know is going to be favorable for tornadic development and the continuation of strong supercells. The sun is set. It's getting dark, and so the meteorology behind that is we're probably going to start to lose some storm fuel, okay? We're going to start to lose the fuel that these storms have tapped into. So the loss of daylight overall, I think, may be good for us in 30 minutes, in an hour and a half, perhaps. The imminent threat continues, though. In many ways, that loss of daylight should help us, according to the science, but we're just going to have to ride it out, wait and see. Right now, this specific storm getting closer to Mansfield. Mansfield, we've been talking a lot this evening, getting to know each other real intimately. I'm afraid we've got a tornado-warned cell. Strong rotation, very well-defined hook echo moving into Mansfield here real shortly. Maybe the storm's actually picking up a little bit of speed, noticing it's making a bit more of a northeastern movement over the last couple of scans. It's getting a little bit closer. I do think it's going to be a really close call for Mansfield. No question about it. If I'm in Mansfield right now, I'm taking those tornado safety precautions. I'll track that out for the next half hour. Mansfield around 8:53, so we have less than 10 minutes before the worst of the rotation is in your neck of the woods. You really don't have much time at all. If this storm is in fact speeding up, I would just turn the volume up on your television. You can listen to the sound of my voice. I'm going to walk you through this storm, and I'm not going to leave you. You can turn the volume up, or you can stream us on our mobile apps. I believe we're probably on Facebook as well. And if you want to just pull up your phone, take your phone with you to the shelter, that's a good option for you. Don't hang around the living room TV just to watch me. There's other ways to get us for sure. Mansfield definitely needs to be taking shelter. If that storm continues, yep, still looking at 8:53. I just wanted to put a new one on there just to see if it would update. And I will tell you, with that latest scan that came in, I'm definitely seeing the storm pick up speed. But what I'm also noting, maybe that rotation is not as pronounced as it was. I'm bouncing back between a couple of different ways to analyze the winds, how they're moving, how fast they're moving, how they're interacting with each other. It's there. It's a bit more loosely defined, not as impressive as perhaps it once was a few scans ago. I consider that good news. I do not consider that an all clear. I consider that something that we would like to see a few more scans support, just to be on the safe side and make sure we're seeing that right now. Bella, I'm going to ask you to just briefly, just for a couple of moments, come back in. I've got to change batteries. I've lost batteries, so I'm flying blind here. I'm going to change batteries off screen. I'll be right back with you here in just a couple of moments. In the meantime, meteorologist Bella Grace going to give you an update on what she's seeing with this storm. Before I do, it does look like we do have a new tornado warning. Is that correct? New tornado warning. That's going to be in effect for Sebastian County. This one is going to run until 9:15, 4 miles southwest of Huntington. Area of rotation moving 30 miles per hour towards the north and east. You can see that new tornado warning extending well beyond Mansfield. The National Weather Service out of Little Rock has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the southern flank of this storm for Logan and parts of Scott counties. So new tornado warning downstream from Mansfield. That's going to take it all the way to the Franklin County line. Here's your area of rotation. Okay, meteorologist Bella Grace is going to take over. I'll be back in moments.
Yeah, so we are watching out for this new area to really look for. We can take a closer look. Moving towards Mansfield, we are seeing lightning with this, as well as some hail that is dropping. So things are really building. Even though we are seeing a little bit less organization with our rotation right here, you can see we're seeing less of those greens, those bright greens right on the underside of that red. But it is still very much a threat, and we are seeing that tornado warning area extend further towards Washburn. We're watching that. Still only a warning right now, or a watch right now, just to the south in Barber. We're seeing that Elm Park, but still some tornado warnings. Scott is right back. He got his battery. Let's take it from there.
Thank you so much, Bella. Technology is great, but boy, battery lifetime in situations like this. This is quite short, right? Brand new severe thunderstorm warning in yellow. That's coming out of the Weather Service in Little Rock. Tornado warning in effect for a good majority of Sebastian County. Look, these situations can be a bit awkward. You've got two different offices that issue warnings for different parts of the area. And here in Five Country, we kind of split the difference between Tulsa and Little Rock's Weather Service. They have different ways of operating, different ways of seeing things. They believe that they're going to give us a heads up with that severe thunderstorm warning for Logan and additional parts of Scott County. This storm, though, the actual supercell in the rotation itself, nearing Mansfield. We've probably got winds picking up. You probably feel that inflow. Here's your rotation right here, just to the southwest of Mansfield, getting close to 71. That's going to continue tracking up towards the north and east. And on that track, I think the majority of the rotation, the majority of the area of concern probably stays in Sebastian County, just given that northeasterly track, maybe trending a little bit more towards the north. And that's why we're going to maintain that tornado warning. Washburn now also included in that newest warning. So there's a lot more folks right now. Maybe you had some Sunday evening plans and you were just kind of checked out. Your mobile phones are alerting you. Your NOAA weather radios are going off. The 5 app, the Channel 5 app is also alerting you. Tornado sirens, additional tornado sirens may be sounding, and you're wondering what's going on. We have one supercell that has produced a tornado near Heavener, Oklahoma. Long track supercell. It's moving really slowly. It has consistently shown decent rotation for quite some time. Probably for about the last 2.5, if not 3 hours. Right before the 5:30 newscast off air, I mentioned to Bella that this was going to be the storm that caused us some issues tonight, and it no question has. Tornado damage not only confirmed by storm chasers, storm spotters, fire department officials, emergency management officials, and now this very storm. It's locked its sights on Mansfield. That's where the rotation is heading next. In fact, it's going to be in town here real soon, probably within the next couple, maybe 3 minutes, if not already. Just keep in mind, radar is often about 1 to 2 minutes behind where we are right now, right? So that data gets seen with the radar beam, it gets sent back to the National Weather Service, and then gets sent out to us and the public. So we have to keep that in mind, that this area of rotation is probably right on top of Mansfield right now. If I can safely hear from you in Mansfield, I'd love to do that. You can send us a Facebook, you can send us a text message, and we all know exactly where to find your information. But please hear me say this. I'm not asking you to go outside if you can't do so safely, okay? A couple of reasons why. It's dark, you're not going to see anything unless you just get lucky with the lightning. But two, a lot of rain and now falling to the north side of Mansfield. So here's going to be your clear slot. You got that inflow area of rotation right in this general vicinity. It's going to be tough to see anything at all. You'd have to just get really, really lucky, and it's just not worth risking your life, especially with a storm that has a history of producing a tornado. And this one is the one that has that history. Continuing to look at some storms up north, meteorologist Bella Grace keeping focus on those other cells. Right now, nothing severe or tornadic warned with those. I will take just a brief wider perspective, and I see something that I don't like at all. I'm going to zoom back into that system. I see a couple of things I don't like. Area of concern here near Fort Chaffee. Does appear that we've got a bit of a hook echo there. I don't see any rotation with that specifically right now. We'll keep monitoring that. And then here in southeastern Washington County, so this is going to be east of Winslow. Perhaps we do have a little bit of a hook there. Bella Grace watching that for us closely as well. Some broad weak rotation noted with that system. Noted. We'll come back. We'll keep a close eye on that. Back to Mansfield we go. Our rotation may be coming down just a bit, but it's still there. I definitely still see a signal right on top of Mansfield. So here's going to be 71. That storm's going to continue tracking towards the north and east, gets really close to the Dayton area, and eventually it may brush parts of far western Logan County. So this is Barber, and there's Washburn, right? It may get really close to that. It should maintain its current track. It's really kind of running that county line right there, which is going to make issuing warnings quite difficult for that. So Mansfield Fire Department reporting some hail, not actually seeing the actual size of it, but some hail in Mansfield. No tornado reported at this moment. There's something that I got to go back to that Fort Chaffee storm. There's certainly something happening near Barling, okay? Certainly something happening. Here's what's going on. I don't like this, folks. Barling right here, you've got a bit of a hook echo starting to develop right here. That's going to cross the river and move up near Kibler soon. No warning on it at the moment. We keep a close eye on that, and we need to pay close attention. Something could be trying to come together with that specific system. The tornado warning itself right here, this hook echo, very well pronounced. How about that? You can clearly see it. It's strengthening. It's really a defined system. The rotation may be coming down, but the overall storm organization is very well defined. Make no question about it. That's a very dangerous and life-threatening situation unfolding right now in Mansfield. Here's going to be 71. If that is on the ground, that will track right across 71. Do you live between Mansfield, maybe let's say the Logan County line along 71? Got to be in those tornado safe locations right now. That's going to be moving through soon. That danger is imminent, and it'll eventually cross, gosh, really close to that Scott, Logan, Sebastian County line. It's really kind of it's going to ride the difference right there. Brand new data just coming in, maybe a bit of a northeasterly track. Mansfield, whatever's happening there above you right now is happening. Whether or not we have something actually touching the ground is one thing, but I'm not seeing the significant signs of rotation that we once were. That's not to say it's not there. It is. There's no question about it. We've got rotation above us in Mansfield, moving right on top of 71. Soon it moves into Dayton. Soon that moves towards the Washburn area. As this data continues to update, we'll have to see how that evolves over the next little bit. While we're waiting on the new scan to come in for that storm, I'm going to go back to the Barling area. This is the concern. Something's happening right there where I drew those arrows. Nice inflow right there. You're starting to see that hook crossing the Arkansas River here real soon. So let's keep an eye out for that. I'm looking to see if we might not get a warning for that at any time. Okay, on the left side of your screen, another look from that ACH ECAM that has been really just an invaluable tool to us this evening. We saw a very well-defined wall cloud with another system, and that is one of the great aspects of having such an incredible camera network that, as we do here at Channel 5, giving us a great picture. This one specifically moving off towards the east, looking towards Barling from there in South Fort Smith. So the southern Sebastian County cell, it's reorganizing at the moment. It's not done with the potential of a tornado. I told you that rotation's weakening. Yes, it's weakening at the moment, and that's really good news for us in Mansfield, perhaps, right? I guess we'll know in here in a few minutes. But I think that storm's going to continue. I don't think that cycle is done. We've yet to tap into the best environmental parameters that are in place for that specific storm. I think once it pushes past Mansfield, we very well are going to see an uptick in that rotation once more. That's been common for this specific storm for the last couple of hours. Notably, look at that hook echo. This storm's not done, folks. I think the rotation may be backing off a bit, but it's still rotating. It's still very well organized, and that hook echo still certainly means business. That's where you would find the concern. That one is definitively going to impact what we see near Chaffee and near Barling. You talk about these storms competing against each other, and it was the southernmost storm that didn't have any competition all afternoon and all evening. Despite the fact that now these two cells are competing, and this one's winning, this one's the most pressing concern right now, we'll have to see how these two different cells actually interact with each other. If they do split off, put enough space between them, we may very well be looking at dual threats. I don't like the shape of that cell. It's not warned. But one thing you're going to learn about me is I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking. I'm going to be really transparent, and I just don't like the shape of that storm. It looks a lot like the others that have gone tornado warned this evening. It looks very well organized, and it has been increasing in organization over the last little bit. It's getting ready to cross into Crawford County, so it's pretty much right on that county line, Crawford and Sebastian counties. It's, again, not warned right now, but we'll need to pay close attention to that specific storm. Parameters are going to be continually supportive of this, at least for the next couple of hours. I don't know how long we've been on air. Look, I don't take any joy in breaking into your regular programming, but I've got to do it, and I'm proud to do it when lives are in danger, and that's the case this evening. Do have a brand new tornado warning that's going to be in effect for Scott and Logan counties, and the reason why the Weather Service in Little Rock has opted to do that at this point is this specific cell, as it exits, there it is, brand new warning just now appearing. That cell is riding the county line, so there are going to be some folks in here that are going to be impacted by that storm should it actually be producing a tornado again. It certainly has the shape, certainly has the signs. The evidence of rotation is still there. It's not as definitively defined as it once was, but Mansfield, Abbott, that's where the rotation is right now. That's where we would expect to see the rotation if it was day. I'm going to draw it on this map for you. I know these maps can get really messy, and sometimes it's easy to lose context and perspective of what we're looking at. This is your area of rotation. You got the greens and you got the reds. They're moving in different directions. That's winds that the radar's detecting. Greens blowing towards Fort Smith radar, reds blowing away from it, and when you get that meeting up with each other, That's where you definitively have some rotation. And that has actually been increasing over the last couple of scans, especially now on the south side of this hook echo. So perhaps that threat now moving back into parts of Scott County. I believe that's going to be our county line right there, south of Abbott. But if we're in Abbott, this is likely moving our direction. I know it's been a few minutes since I've given you a storm track, so let's do that right now. I'll give you brand new estimated times of arrival for this specific storm. You can see that gnarly hook echo right there. It means business. That's something like what we saw yesterday in central Oklahoma. It's scary looking. 9 o'clock for Abbott, so a mere minutes from us there in Abbott. Echo 908, Washburn at 9:17. If you're in the path of this storm, here's what you need to know. Perhaps you're just now getting that NOAA weather radio alert. The sirens are just now sounding, and you're tuning in and you're saying, Scott, what do I need to know? This storm rotating, and rotation is increasing. It has a history in the last couple of hours of producing a tornado near Heavener and then tracking into eastern LeFlore County. So this storm isn't something to just disregard. It's certainly something you're going to have to take seriously. It means business, okay? I think it is going to move near Barber eventually, Washburn, Dayton. You're included in this tornado warning, and it's going to be tracking real close to you. It's almost riding that county line. Between Sebastian, Scott, and Logan counties. It'll eventually move back into Sebastian County near Washburn. That's going to be Logan County. No, Sebastian. It's easy to get messed up with all those lines there. That's going to be our biggest concern, our biggest priority. I've been keeping an eye on this one. I know I've mentioned it to you. Something happening here. Here's Kibler, Lavaca, Barling, a bit of an inflow notch with that system. No evident rotation at the moment. The structure of the storm is certainly something you want to look at early on. To give you an early heads up, an early indicator that something might happen. I'll tell you, that structure with that latest update that just came in just seconds ago, less concerning. Okay, so in full transparency, I think that's maybe some good news for us, but we'll want to continue to watch that here real closely. Back near Mansfield, the threat has passed. If we're in Mansfield, I told you I'd stick with you, right? We're done in Mansfield, okay? I think the threat is just to the east of town, at least east of downtown Mansfield, that is. If you live on the eastern outskirts, perhaps not so much. The warning is now fallen off for you folks in Mansfield. We're clear there. Our warning continues, however, for those of us in Dayton, along 71, this is riding parallel to 71. It's soon going to cross back to the north side of 71. You can see that warning filling back in and never was canceled. It just had to be redrawn up by the Weather Service so we could give some folks off towards the west the all clear. That's all that was happening with that specific cell. Rotation here, it's coming back up, especially on the south side of that hook. Got a couple of different ways of looking at this. Seeing the same thing on both. Here's going to be your area of concern. It's right here. I know we see those brighter greens and our eyes are drawn to that, but here's actually going to be your rotation still to the south of 71. Soon it's going to cross over onto State Highway 71 there into the Abbott community. Boy, if we're in Abbott, if we're living in Abbott, this area of rotation is right on top of you right now, okay? It's going to be moving into the Echo community here shortly after that, and eventually up towards Barber. And the Lucas community, too close for comfort, okay? If we live towards the south, maybe towards Elm Park, you're actually out of the warning. No immediate concern with this specific cell for you here this evening. That tornado warning now for Sebastian County, it's not going to expire until 9:15. So we've got about 14 more minutes to go there with that specific storm. Washburn, Milton, Milltown, Dayton, and Crossroads also included in that tornado warning just now reissued by the Weather Service outside of Tulsa. Strong winds getting ready to move into Mulberry. You've got some heavy rain, a lot of lightning and thunder in Alma. Northwest Arkansas, some scattered shower activity. Taking a look around radar, nothing too concerning there at the moment. Nothing stands out to me as anything we've got to be concerned with, at least in the immediate future. Our concern remains this specific storm up in Mansfield. Bella, if you could give me just a solid 2 seconds to get a sip of water, I'll be right back here in just a couple of moments. Bella Grace, meteorologist here at Channel 5. She's going to give you an update.
Yeah, we're looking at this thunderstorm warning, or tornado warning that is pushing across our southern counties, pushing through towards Barber. You know, we're seeing that just past Mansfield, Abbott. We're seeing that as well. We can take a look at the velocity right now. The way that everything is spinning, we're still having a hard time of seeing that rotation specifically over Abbott, but it is there. From what we can tell, we are still seeing that rotation, maybe not as strong as it was, but still definitely watching out for that. Rain is rolling across the region, but you know, we're really, really focused on this storm in the River Valley because this is currently under a tornado warning. So we are keeping a very close eye as that moves through our more southern counties. We're getting quite a bit of rain off to its north. That's less of a concern for us as where Abbott is. Scott has that right now on the weather wall.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Seeing another severe thunderstorm warning pop up out ahead of that. You're seeing those yellow lines popping up. Here's our area of concern. It's exactly where Bella said. It's in the Abbott community. Mansfield, we're all clear. Okay, we're good there. Here's your area of rotation. Here is where we would expect that tornado to be. Look, folks, we've had that tornado on the ground earlier this evening from this exact same storm when it was in LaFleur County. Okay, so I know sometimes it's easy to let our guard down and think, well, it's not actually going to happen. It happened earlier this evening, and we're going to have to send some teams out to assess that damage. Weather Service out of Tulsa will do that. While we're tracking this specific storm, Echo, you're next in line. So once this moves through the Abbott community, here where we find that rotation, it's going to be moving into Echo and eventually into Barber. Milltown, you're going to be just to the really close for comfort, okay? I think maybe the worst of it's going to pass just off to your south, but it's going to be really close to you. So if you're in Milltown, Dayton, I'd go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. Definitely some decent rotation within that specific storm. It's not as pronounced as it once was, but it is certainly there, and that is of concern to us. Looks like Weather Service doing some warning maintenance. We'll see what that shakes out to be. Looks like the area of concern now moving back into parts of Sebastian County. There it is, coming back up. Looks like they just maybe trimmed off a few folks out of that warning. Lucas and Echo still in the actual tornado warning. That one's drawn up by the Weather Service out of Little Rock. Abbott and Dayton, the area of rotation right on top of you right now. Here's where it is, and it's going to continue to track off towards the north and east. Generally pretty slowly. These storms have been crawling at a snail's pace at about 30 miles an hour. I'm going to make sure that's still the case before I put a track on it. Yep, still at 30 miles per hour. So what we're going to do is give folks in the path of the storm a bit of an advanced heads up should it continue on its current trajectory. Echo 9:09, so that's only in 4 to 5 minutes. Washburn 9:18, Chisholmville at 9:36. Those are estimated times of arrival based off current trajectory and current speeds of the storm. I don't see any reason to believe that's going to change. It hasn't yet thus far this afternoon into this evening. So let's certainly be taking those tornado safety precautions if you live in that area. I think rotation may be coming down, okay? It's not an all clear, just to be really clear with you. I don't think we necessarily need to let our guards down. These storms can and do pulse up and pulse down. And right now, I think we're pulsing down. I'd love to tell you that it's going to stay that way and we're going to be able to cancel that tornado warning early. Not as concerning as it once was. I can look at the winds up in that storm, the rotation a little bit differently, a couple of different tools here. And either way I look at it, I'm not seeing anything just overtly concerning. That's not to say that that might not change here real shortly. We can back this up about the last 30 minutes, and what you're going to find is there's some really strong rotation and move into the Mansfield community. It reorganizes itself and looks to kind of be fizzling out at the moment. Now that's just the rotation and the winds alone, but the structure of the storm is still very symbolic of what you would expect in parts of central Oklahoma. These very discrete supercells that have nicely defined hook echoes. That's what we see here in eastern Sebastian County right now, southeastern Sebastian County. Still have not seen any reports of any damage. We've not received any reports of injuries or anything of that nature, so I consider that some really good news. These storms are moving so slowly, we're actually able to give folks some really advanced heads up, and that is some good news for us. Another thing that I'm seeing with this is not only is the rotation coming down, it looks like the lightning is also coming down, and that's again one of those good checkpoints. What's the health of the storm? What's it doing? And as that lightning starts to come down, perhaps that tells us maybe this storm is nearing the end of its life cycle. Hopefully, right? That's certainly something I'm looking forward to. I would love to be able to give folks an all clear and send you back on your way this Sunday evening. Right now, though, that threat is going to continue. We're going to need to see a couple more cycles of the radar. The Weather Service is out of Tulsa. They're going to look for a couple more cycles on the radar, see if that rotation continues to come down. And hopefully, if that continues, they're going to allow this warning to expire a little bit early. I think it was actually set to expire at, so the southern part at 9:30, Sebastian County though, that was set to expire at 9:15. So we're only a few minutes away, and Weather Service is indicating to me right now off screen that they're hoping to allow this warning to expire here shortly. If that happens, just know this, we're not leaving the station here tonight. We're going to continue watching these storms for as long as it takes until the threat totally is out of the area. Right now, though, we've had pretty strong rotation with this specific storm. It started in Pushmataha County around 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, right? Quickly organized into a pretty strong supercell just right below severe limits. It eventually pulsed up. The rotation started to increase. Did produce a tornado in LaFleur County. Authorities confirm that it produced a tornado. We had chasers on it, we had spotters on it, we had confirmation from local emergency management. It had that strong rotation coming across the state line. So you got those two things coming together, certainly raises your concern pretty considerably, right? So that's why we've stuck with it as closely as we have, given this has a history of touching down and keeping folks on guard. So right now, hook echo continues. Right now, the rotation, though, continues to come down. With every scan we get, I'm becoming less and less concerned with it. You can kind of see it right there. It's loose, it's broad. In of itself, that wouldn't necessarily trigger a warning. Bella, if you have something you can,
Okay.
I can't read lips, I'm so sorry.
Take a look just off to our west, back towards Heavener. We have some more broad rotation trying to work its way in with that secondary rain spot that's trying to move in. Yeah, I definitely see a bit of a hook, a bit of a notch there in that thunderstorm just to the northeast of Heavener. Nothing that warrants a warning right now, but certainly something to definitely keep an eye on. Thank you so much for pointing that out. We'll have to watch those trends. It's going to be moving over an area very similar to where this one did right now. Okay, just to reset, 9:10, we are waiting on a word from the Weather Service if they're going to drop this warning or not. I suspect they're going to. This threat has slowly diminished over the last 10 to 15 minutes. I'm feeling as good as I have about this storm pretty much all afternoon since it developed. This is probably the weakest point it has been. With that said, you look at the structure of it, and it's still got a pretty decent structure to it. You find that wrapping, that hooking motion right there, that's where we definitely have the strong rotation. At one point earlier, strong storm structure. We saw it on a couple of cameras. We saw some other vantage points of that storm as well. You look at the rotation over the last probably hour, and you can really see it come down. I'll loop that for us. And it's just really not that impressive over the last hour. It looks like click that. There it comes. You're going to see on the bottom left of your screen, pretty tightly wound up rotation. It spins its way here our direction. You can almost see the spin happening in real time on the radar. In fact, I'll bump this back. Watch it come up near Hartford
It's rotating very strongly here near Hartford. If we dodged a bullet in Hartford, boy, we sure are lucky. That's some decently strong rotation at that point in the storm's life cycle. You come a little bit closer. This was around 8:35. Storm's right on top of Hartford, maybe just barely to the south side of town. Pretty strong rotation there. Continues tracking right towards Mansfield. Moved through Mansfield. Started to see that rotation really let up as it did. Rotation nonetheless. But still not as impressive as it was when it crossed that Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. And now that I look at it, new data continuing to come in, and overall, it's really just a strong supercell lacking rotation. We had a few of those this evening, certainly still capable of producing a lot of rain, some gusty winds, and I wouldn't even be surprised if there's not a little bit of hail coming out of that storm. To get an updraft that's going to be that strong, you're almost always going to have at least some pea, maybe some penny-sized hail, and given we've lost sunlight, it's not as hot outside, some of that may actually be making it out of the cloud all the way to the ground level before it totally melts. Heavy rain, no question about it. A little bit of rotation continuing to show up, not all that impressive right now at this moment. I do see a little bit of something back off towards the west. Bella pointed this out. Structure, loose rotation. It's going to be the west of Hartford. I think that's right on that state line. Yeah, it sure is. We're just a couple of miles away from the state line, 2 to 3 miles, real close to it. There's some weak rotation in that area. Not overly concerning at the moment. Have to see if that changes. The environment is trending downward when it comes to the parameters that are in place, the ingredients that are available for these storms to look at. So looks like the Weather Service are going to extend that warning in the for a little bit longer duration, but they're not actually extending it in distance. So you're seeing that brand new warning pop up. It's flashing right now. Thought we might be done with it. Thought we could send you back to programming. Not going to be able to do that with that new warning. It's still set to expire, though. Let's see at what time is that set. Until 9:30. So it looks like we're going to have to ride this out for about 17 more minutes unless they decide to cancel it early, which is certainly something that they could opt to do. It looks like they're keeping it on account for that loose broad rotation. You know, honestly, I guess if you can to consider the textbook analysis of these supercells, they do pulse up and they do pulse down. I've seen more of a pulse down, a weakening trend with this cell over the last several scans, and we've not pulsed back up. I think overall that's pretty good for us. That's a good trend. We like to see that established. You know what, just given the history of this individual specific storm, I guess they're probably going ahead and opting to keep that warning in place until 9:30, just on account of how strong it has been. Don't want to let our guard down yet. Minimally, there's some gusty winds. I can see that getting ready to move into Washburn. The Washburn community certainly needs to brace for those damaging winds, at least up to about 60 miles per hour. That rotation, while it's broad and it's loose, it's going to be near the Milltown area. So Milltown Road and that community, radar beam scanning the skies above you right now. That's where we find that rotation. You can kind of see it's really loosely collected here. Reds, greens, somewhat broad. You probably would see a bit of a spin if we had sunlight to actually help us see up into the clouds. But given it's dark, you're not going to see much at all. It's probably also going to be relatively rain-wrapped with that system. So warning was essentially, it's a new warning. It is not going to include anyone new, though. It's not going to be advanced further down the line, and it is still set to expire. This one at 9:30 this evening, so we've got about 14 more minutes to go. It's going to move into the Washburn community. It looks like that organization of the cell really isn't as impressive as it was. There's definitely a hook there, but it's not as pronounced as it once was. So rotation's coming down, overall storm structure is coming down. Going to continue to keep an eye on that storm that's just to the west of Hartford. It's got a bit of some structure to it, not seeing a lot of rotation with that either. Definitely a lot of heavy rain. While we're here, let's go ahead and take an area-wide view. I know we've been focused on this Sebastian County storm all evening long. It's been the most severe. It's been the strongest. It's been the one that did produce a tornado, right? So it definitely warrants all the attention that we gave it. Area-wide, we do see some scattered showers. Here's Carroll County. Here's Madison. You've even got some scattered showers in Rogers, as well as in Fayetteville, Crawford County. Franklin, we've been pretty dry most of the evening. Does look like we've got some rain about to move into the west side of Franklin County. That tornado-warned storm, the one that has the most rotation, that's actually going to continue into Logan County, southern Franklin County. So the team here will continue tracking that even beyond when the warning is actually going to be allowed to expire. Could even see some hail, 3/4 inch hail, which is less than severe limits, but boy, I wouldn't want to get hit in the head with 3/4 inch hail, right? That's going to be about the size of a nickel, just for some context and perspective. Here's your area of rotation. Weather Service is trimming that warning, so you're going to see the red polygon start to disappear from my maps, and that tells us the threat in that area has diminished, and hopefully that continues doing so. Boonville, you might be wondering, hey, is this storm going to bother me? I think it's going to go to your north, right? You might have to pay attention to this one that's crossing out of Oklahoma if you're in Boonville, but this one specifically I think is going to be moving to the north of Boonville, perhaps getting close to Branch there. In southern Franklin County, may eventually get a little bit closer to Paris, just given that northeasterly track of that specific storm. Mostly south of the Arkansas River. Should it maintain its intensity, I do think it crosses the Arkansas River, probably near Altus, Coal Hill, the Franklin-Johnson County line, somewhere in that general vicinity, loosely speaking. That storm starting to tick up lightning as it crosses the Arkansas state line. Maybe a sign that that is starting to increase. So we're continuing to watch this cell. Weather Service decided to go ahead and keep the warning in place until 9:30. Right now it's 9:18, so got about 12 more minutes to go. They could possibly allow it to expire early. I think they will. I see no reason to keep it. They're definitely the best of what they do, though. So we'll wait for guidance on what they're doing. Rotation near Milltown, it's there. It's just not strong rotation, right? You can have rotation and just not be enough to actually produce a tornado. I think that's probably what we're seeing. Here's Old Highway 10 outside of Washburn, just off towards the east. If you live along that general vicinity, you know what? Probably pretty good idea to take those tornado safety precautions. You are under a tornado warning after all. You got the weather app downloaded to your phone, your mobile phones, your devices, probably alerting you to that tornado warning. Right now it is currently set to expire at 9:30, same one. You got two different Weather Service offices covering this storm, given it's right on their line. So you've got the northern side of that storm till 9:30. The southern side for Logan County also until 9:30. So it looks like the two offices, both out of Little Rock and Tulsa, teamed up. They drew that polygon in collaboration to set it to expire at the same time with this specific storm. I'll tell you though, right now, it is to the north of the Logan County line. So if this is the line right here in white, the actual area of rotation, the concern, the hook echo, nearing Washburn. In that area. Probably can get a few more roads to pop up if we take a little bit closer perspective. Quite a bit of those roads. White Oak Mountain Road, White Oak Way, Rector Hill Road, Boonville Lake Way, Old Highway 10, there near Washburn, Possum Hollow Road. That's going to be where you find that hook echo. If there is any rotation still, that's where it's going to be. And I do think there probably still is a little bit, definitely not pronounced, certainly not near as concerning as it once was a few hours ago. So it's 9:20, set to expire at 9:30, got about 10 more minutes. And of course, we'll have the news at 10 o'clock. And Bella and myself will be here to provide you some updates at that time. Hopefully this is it. I really think these storms are starting to behave. At times we saw some really strong structure, but just weren't ever able to materialize with much more rotation than this specific storm. Boy, structure-wise, it looks good. It looks healthy, right? It looks like we got a really strong hook continuing there. That's been the case ever since I moved out of Pushmataha County, eventually into LaFleur. At this point, it's just that. It's only structure. It's not anything else aside from just some good old structure. Turning on some storm reports, I don't see any popping up. If we had any come in out of that area, they'd be popping up on the map behind me. That's not the case. Did probably have some a few hours ago when it was moving through LaFleur County. Numerous confirmation that we saw the report of a tornado on the ground outside of Heavener, Oklahoma. Folks up in the booth, do you have any visuals? Can you help me out here? Any pictures, video that we saw come in via text message, Facebook, the app? Nothing yet? Okay. Probably good news. I would suspect that if we had a tornado on the ground with this storm, we would have had some visual confirmation. Checking my phone, been talking to folks in Mansfield. A friend from college, Chris Hudson, good to hear from you. Good to hear from Travis Cooper, Sebastian County Emergency Management. He's got folks checking on things, and right now they're telling us they're not finding anything. So that's some good news for us. Here's my job. My job is to ride this out until 9:30 when that warning's set to expire, unless it's for some reason continued a little bit further upstream. I don't think it's going to be. I think we're going to be in okay shape, just given the current trends. We've had several radar scans with this specific storm that, despite its scary look, despite that actual hook right there, it's becoming less organized. It's certainly becoming less favorable for rotation. You look into the winds, that's what we're looking at here. Yeah, there's some rotation just to the northwest of Washburn, but it's so broad and it's so light that I'm not concerned with it. So folks in Washburn, stay in those safe places, continue to maintain those tornado safety protocols that you've been exercising while you're under this warning. But I'll tell you, I think we're probably nearing the end of this event, and I don't see anything necessarily overtly concerning with it specifically. It'll probably move into southern Franklin, northwestern Logan County here pretty soon. With that said, 9:14, so that's going to be just a few moments ago. Our friend, storm chaser Zach Hall, a local storm chaser here, did get this picture of a wall cloud. That's going to be just east of Mansfield. He describes it as a rotating wall cloud, which certainly makes sense. So 9:14, just a few minutes ago, still had a little bit of rotation with it, but overall not necessarily too pronounced, at least based off of picture alone. Of course, video would have been good, but at night you've really got to rely on those lightning strikes to backlight the lowering and the appendages of the storm, and that's just not always possible, especially when these storms are starting to lose their intensity, or they're starting to lose their strength. The lightning starts to come down. You don't always have that luxury of seeing it. Looks like you did get a good picture there. Maybe a bit tighter of rotation here near Washburn. Still not overtly tight. It's not exactly the most impressive, but rotation nonetheless. That's going to get close to southern Franklin County. It's going to be south of Charleston, right? Well south of Charleston by 3 or 4 miles. So certainly something we want to pay close attention to there with that specific storm. Should the Weather Service believe that it's going to be strong enough where it actually is tightening back up, they'll go ahead and issue a new warning, and we'll stick with it. Seeing a couple of more lightning strikes, but nothing necessarily out of the ordinary. Here's Old Highway 10 in Washburn. This is where you're going to find that rotation. It's right between Milltown Road in Milltown and Old Highway 10 there near Washburn. Pretty much right dead center between those two. Meteorologist Bella Grace, if you could, give us an area-wide view as we near the end of this event, at least as we hope. We'll pipe Bella into this. I'm going to be off screen conferring with the Weather Service, see if we can get some updates on what their thinking is, and we'll have some updates for you here real shortly.
Yeah, we are seeing some rain continue across the area. Northwest Arkansas has been seeing these showers since earlier this evening and over the afternoon hours, but not too much in the way of warnings up in our more northern counties. A little bit further south, we've been watching some more organized storms work their way in, and that's where we're seeing that tornado warning out for our more southern counties, pushing over Washburn, just southeast of Greenwood, trying to move through. Barber's still slightly in that area, just on the line of that warning, but really starting to slow down. You're watching as that hook echo really starts to deteriorate and kind of calm down. We saw that in velocity as well. Still some rotation out there, just kind of becoming more broad, weakening in its tightness, starting to just kind of deteriorate. So we have a couple more minutes with this watch warning specifically. Scott's back to tell you more.
All right, so I conferring with the National Weather Service, that rotation's picking up again, folks. It's strengthening. That low-level mesocyclone, it was almost gone. Just got a little bit of life back in it. So Weather Service out of Tulsa is coordinating with the Weather Service out of Little Rock, and they're going to be discussing and likely extending this tornado warning. I would expect that to include Franklin. I would expect that to include parts of Logan County. Here's the current polygon. We're about to move out of it as that rotation strengthens. Something tells me it may be Franklin County that where we see that rotation move into. It's really not all that impressive at the moment, but it's certainly reorganizing itself. It's strengthening yet again. I thought we were almost done with it. It really looked like we were going to be able to call it a night for at least that specific severe storm, but perhaps it's going to squeeze out just a little bit more juice. Here's the area of rotation picking up. You can start to see those greens and those reds starting to pair back up with each other. That's your Doppler radar indicated rotation. Do have that picture. We can pull it up again at any time. We just showed it a few minutes ago, but this was just a few minutes ago from storm chaser Zach Hall, who got a picture of a rotating wall cloud. Right around the same time that we started seeing those radar indications that we had a tornado warning. Let's stay here, folks. Don't go to that picture just yet. Brand new tornado warning. It's going to pop up in two different polygons. The first of which is coming out of the National Weather Service in Tulsa. This is for Franklin County, folks. The second one is going to be for parts of Logan County. This one's going to be popping up on your map here real soon. That's being issued by the National Weather Service out of Little Rock. They're going to have to tag team this, given they're both responsible for those separate counties. I'm going to put a track on this. This takes it right into Franklin County, a place I know really well. That's where I cut my teeth storm chasing. That's where I fell in love with weather, so I'm very familiar with this area. Branch 946, Calksville 954, Meg 1001, Roseville 1008, the Denning community 1014. It's organizing itself again. It's starting to strengthen. There's no question about that. See that structure becoming a bit more clearly well-defined as it pushes out of southern Sebastian, southeastern Sebastian County. You start to see this notch really redevelop right in this general area. That's probably where we've got that rotation. That is where we've got that rotation. It's on the Sebastian-Franklin County line, not too far from Logan County there. So Charleston's right here. You're technically in the warning in Charleston. You're definitely in it in Branch. I'll tell you, I think the rotation stays just to the south side of Charleston proper. I know Charleston kind of spans out, right, a little bit further. It's going to be south of town. Where we start to see that rotation coming in. It's going to be crossing, it's hopping, of course, Logan County. It'll come right back into Franklin County, back into Logan to the Calksville area once that warning does pop up from Little Rock, and then back into Franklin County. It's a strong supercell, folks. It was weakening. It's starting to pulse back up. It has a history of dropping a tornado. This same storm did not too long ago. So if there's ever a storm that you can't take lightly, this one's probably it. It's definitely a healthy supercell. Here's the brand new warning to accompany the Franklin County warning. Look, it's for the same storm. Weather Service out of Tulsa and Little Rock have to work together on this, and that's for that same area of rotation that's soon going to move back into Franklin County. Here's State Highway 41. Charleston's going to be right in this general area. Definitely got some heavy rain, probably a little bit of hail right now in the Charleston area as that moves off towards the north and east. The new warning itself, that's going to be in effect until 10:15 unless it's allowed to expire at any point before then. I'm going to put a track on this. It's moving at 30 miles per hour. It's been a slow mover all evening long. Branch Community 947, Calksville 954, Meg 1002, Roseville 1009. I don't think those times have really changed much, but I will leave that track on your screen just so you have a general idea of where exactly we expect that storm to be going. Some estimated times of arrival, going to leave that here. Here's your area of rotation starting to wrap back up, right? You start to see that hook echo coming in a little bit tighter. You're starting to see that shape right there. That's going to be our main concern. That's where you would find rotation, if any at all. Not seeing anything out of emergency management in that part of the area. I'll tell you, it's my uncle, right? So I imagine I'm probably going to hear something from him here shortly if they're able to see anything in that part of the area. He's got an incredible storm spotter network, especially there in southern Franklin and Logan County. So I know we've got some good spotters in this part of the area, ham radio operators that are probably already tracking this storm, if I had to guess. And they're going to be relaying some reports back to us based off what they're seeing. They're very well trained, and they do this a lot, and they do it really well. Branch community, you're in the path of this storm. Peter Pender right here. I do think this eventually does move towards the Altus Alex Barling area, should it hold together. And that, of course, is going to be concerning if it does. Charleston, I think, takes, you're probably going to miss the severe aspect of the rotation, but you're certainly probably seeing a lot of heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. You're hearing the siren sound in Charleston, but if there's any piece of advice I can give you or words of comfort, I think the rotation probably stays just off to your south. Chisholmville, though, in Logan County, Clarksville, Carbon City, Gray Rock, you're technically in this warning as well. It's going to be really close. There's the county line. It gets pretty dicey right through there, pretty choppy, right? So it's going to be hugging that as it moves off towards the north and east. State Highway 41 is included in it. Of course, you're going to have 23 south before you get to 22. Charleston through Branch, eventually over to Paris. Here's going to be Highway 22. No need to be traveling between Charleston and Paris this evening, especially with this storm coming through. Moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour, relatively slow for these storms. Rotation, we'll check back in on that. It's definitely coming back up. It's tight, not exactly the strongest, but it is well organized. Right in that general area that I've circled. This is where we're finding rotation. What we'll do now is we'll take a closer look, and I'll probably be able to give you some of those more local roads that are in that general area. There's a whole bunch of those roads: Rattlesnake Road, Fort Chaffee Road, Deer Trail Evans Road, Valley Glade Road, Catfish Road, Woodland Road, Potts Road, South Rattlesnake Road. That's going to be one of the more notable thoroughfares there in southern Franklin County that folks are going to certainly know about. That's where this area of rotation is at. If I've called that out, if you live along any of those roads, Haney Road's right here, Bollinger Road right here, Potts Road. This is your general area of rotation. This is where those clouds are all whipping. We've got those winds blowing into the storm. You got winds blowing out of the storm. Those reds, those greens meet up, and that low-level mesocyclone continues just south of Charleston. I think we're south of town by at least a couple of miles, maybe a little bit more. Too close for comfort. If we're in Charleston, we're taking our tornado safety precautions. If we're in Etna, if we're in Roseville, Peter Pender, we're also taking those tornado safety precautions. Starting to come together a little bit more here. We find those brighter reds. That's concerning to me. That's those winds picking up speed, and where they meet each other, that's going to be your area of rotation. This specific storm has the tornado warning until 10:15. So we have a ways to go before we get into that. I've zoomed out just a little bit to give you some more additional towns in the area. Charleston, just for some context, here you are, right here. Here's going to be 22, runs into Sebastian County, runs through Branch, Clarksville, over towards Paris. Rotation right now just to the south of 22. Here it is right now. You're going to be tracking up towards Branch pretty quickly. So if we're in Branch, definitely need to be taking those tornado safety precautions real quickly. That storm's probably going to be in your area over the next 10 to 15 minutes. I'll go ahead and put another storm track on this just to make sure, if folks are just now tuning in, tornado warning, new tornado warning for Franklin and Logan County. The area of rotation is primarily at this point in Franklin County, but if you know the area, if you live in here, you know that county line, it's kind of blocky, right? It shifts a little bit, so we're probably going to be bouncing between Franklin and Logan for the next couple of minutes minimally. Storm track on this, 30 miles per hour towards the northeast. Ozark, I'm going to put you in this storm track. I think we're probably going to be just on the south side of town, but that can be subject to some change, right? Branch at 9:45, Clarksville 9:53, Roseville 10:07, Ozark 10:14, Coal Hill 10:01. That storm, if it maintains its strength, will push back into Johnson County. Coal Hill and eventually, getting close to the west side of Clarksville, perhaps. Clarksville and Johnson County not actually under the tornado watch that was issued earlier this afternoon. which is set to expire at 11 o'clock. We'll need to determine whether or not an additional watch for Johnson is necessary. I think Little Rock will handle that for us if that is in fact necessary. Broad area of rotation right in this general vicinity. It was weakening. We had almost called it quits on this storm, and it decided it's got a little bit of juice left in the tank, so it's pulsed back up, and we're continuing to see that strengthen. With each and every scan that's coming in, it's a little bit more organized than it once was. It's a little bit more concerning on radar. That's the winds. You look at the Doppler itself, it's pretty easy to pinpoint where that concern is. Here's your hook echo. That brand new information just coming in. That concerns me a little bit more. Charleston, I really think where the tornado, if there is one, the area of rotation where that rotating wall cloud is, just off to your south and southeast, right? So that's going to continue pushing up towards the northeast. Roseville eventually into the in that tornado warning. Here's 64, of course 40 at the top of your screen in the black line. So we've got a ways to go, just given how slow this storm's moving. A couple of thoughts come to mind with regard to the speed of the storm. It's a bit obnoxious because that means I got to tie up your television a little bit longer. On the other hand, the good news is we got to give folks a lot of advance warning, right? And that's some really cool things we can do with advanced technology, give folks the heads up, especially when these storms are moving a little bit slowly, as they are tonight, right around 30 to 35 miles per hour. It's probably going to be rain wrapped. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot. It'd be really tough. You'd almost have to be just in the direct path of that tornado, if there is one, direct path of that rotation to see anything. So my recommendation to you is it's dark, it's late at night. There's not a lot of lightning right now with that specific cell. So if we were to see a lowering, it'd be really tough. Certainly would be really difficult to get a picture or video or anything of that nature. You'd have to time it just right with the lightning on the backside, and just not seeing a lot of lightning strikes at the moment with that specific cell. So that's what it looks like on rain mode or reflectivity mode. There is an uptick in lightning as I come closer and look at that freshest set of data. We'll go back to velocity on the winds. Definitely a signature there of some rotation. It's maybe a bit difficult to pinpoint, but it's going to be right in this general area. That's going to be what we call a mesocyclone. That's where we start to see the lowering of the cloud, not necessarily a wall cloud, although this specific storm around 9:14, so it's been a few minutes, around 9:14 did have a rotating wall cloud with it. And then it started to pulse back up, and that new warning was issued for parts of Franklin and Logan counties. You can see the two warnings there combining to make one polygon. That's going to be expiring at 10:15. That's our only warning at this point. That's going to be our most concerning storm, and it is a storm with a history of producing tornadoes. It's really easy to check out and just think, hey, nothing's going to happen, and often the case that happens, right? This one, though, produced damage. This storm did have a touchdown, a long track touchdown in LaFleur County, and it's the same storm that's continued to pulse up and pulse down. I really thought we were done with it. I really thought it had finally met its match. It had run into some more stable air and was finally going to lose some steam. That's not necessarily happened. We've seen that continue to pulse back up, and it looks like maybe it might be picking up some speed. I had to redraw that area of rotation right here just because it looks like it was getting out of the circle that I drew, but perhaps that's where the rotation is. Squarely right now in parts of Franklin County. It will move back into Logan County, really close to Calksville, and then getting back into Franklin near Etna, and then of course back into the Logan County area near Roseville. This is not going to impact Paris necessarily. You're really close to the warning, probably close enough. There's some folks that live in Paris may be getting some warnings on their cell phones or know why the radios might be going off. You're not technically in the path of this just yet. Could that change? Yes. These storms do have the capability of doing what's called a right-hand turn. I'm not seeing a lot of right-hand turns today, but I wouldn't totally rule it out. But this low-level mesocyclone, this low-level area of rotation, it's about as strong as it has been over the last several minutes, probably 10 to 15 minutes. It's stronger than it was. Concerning, because we were hoping these things would pulse down, we would lose some of that daylight heat from the afternoon sunshine, but that has not happened, at least not happened yet. So concern and that potential for a tornado is still there. Weather Service indicating they're seeing as such. It's going to be now just to the southeast of Charleston. I think Charleston's probably seeing a lot of rain, probably even a little bit of hail. Wouldn't surprise me either. But boy, look at that. It's pretty easy to see Looks like something you'd often see out west, parts of Oklahoma and Texas. Here's South Highway 41 branch right here. Charleston, you're about done with the actual downpours, but the area of rotation just to the southeast, southern Franklin County, that'll cross 41 soon, and then it'll eventually cross 22, pretty close to the Franklin-Logan County line. One of many Franklin County Logan lines that you can cross down in that part of the county. Here's 41. I know a lot of folks probably live on South Rattlesnake Road. That's going to be a pretty common thoroughfare. Many folks are going to be familiar with. If you live along South Rattlesnake Road, I think we need to be in those safe places, taking shelter right now. We'll go back to velocity, taking a look at that radar signature. Where are the winds? What are they doing? It's broad. It's there. Lightning's coming back up. This storm's not done. Pulsing back up as we speak, and we're watching that happen ahead of us. We're watching that happen in real time with our radar data. You start to see those lightning strikes tick back up. That tells us this storm, it's ingesting some storm fuel, it's ingesting some good inflow, and it's pretty easy to see where it's coming from. There's nothing out ahead of it, so you can almost just draw those winds right into it. That's what it's doing. That storm right there, it's just sucking up the winds out of the southeast, and that's keeping it alive. There's not been anything to the south where all that storm fuel's built up, where all that moisture and humidity is, so it just keeps sucking it in, and as it does, it's stronger and stronger and stronger, and eventually that updraft starts to spin. That low-level mesocyclone starts to spin, and that's why we have the rotation that we do that is triggered this warning. Here's going to be Kersey Road. That's another one some folks will know. If you live along Kersey Road, definitely want to be taking those tornado safety precautions. Branch right here, it's knocking at your back door. It's going to be in your area here in the next few minutes. Still not seeing any reports, but I know there are spotters in that area, spotters that I have worked with in the past, learned a lot from. As a young kid, and I know that they are definitely out trying to get a visual on this storm. They're highly trained, very good at what they do, and they're going to do it safely, and when they can, if they see anything, they're going to give us some reports. We just haven't received any of those just yet, so that's some good news. If we had something on the ground, perhaps we had saw some reports, had some news come into the newsroom, but that hasn't happened yet. What we do see, though, is a pretty strong supercell, clearly defined area of rotation, nice hook echo moving into southern Franklin County. Right now, that's where it is right now, but there will be parts of northwestern Logan County, Colksville specifically. You're going to get that hook real soon. It's going to cross that county line. It's going to move back into the Colksville area. 2 different warnings, same expiration time, 10:15. Here's your area of concern. A lot of folks probably from around 5 country, Oklahoma, Arkansas, you're really good at pinpointing these hook echoes. You're really good at pinpointing storm structure and seeing if a storm is actually strong or not. So you probably noticed, you don't even need me to point that out, but there it is. Nonetheless, there it is. That's what we've got. Strong inflow coming into that storm. You can see some of those showers getting sucked up into it, and that's where we start to see some issues. Perhaps this is going to be our rear flank downdraft. That's something that happens on the backside of the storm that often is going to support some tornado genesis. So Sebastian County, I can give you the all clear. That storm has been moved out of your area for the last several minutes. That tornado warning has been allowed to expire. It continues right now for Franklin and Logan counties. It's going to fill back in here real soon. It's going to fill back in with that new warning pops up. They're just doing some modifications so we can give some folks the all clear. So I do want to give one more broad perspective just so we have a general idea of where this storm is going. This storm right now, really close to Branch, moving off towards the northeast, 30 miles per hour. That puts it in Ratcliffe at 9:54, Etna at 10:02, Roseville 10:09, Altus 10:16. So folks in Altus, heads up, right? Coal Hill 10:23. This storm moving into your neck of the woods. Got a brand new data set just coming in from Live Radar. We'll take that storm track away. Here's what it shows us: clearly defined area of rotation right here, moving through Branch. Branch, there's no more time, right? We have to be in our safe places right now. It's moving through, and you're going to have to ride that out in your shelter, in your safe place here in the next for at least the next 10, 15 minutes. It's a slow mover. These storms aren't in a hurry to get out of the area anytime soon. I wish they were. Unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with them a little bit longer. Continuously looking at debris tracker. It's possible we had something there. It's possible. That signal right there, just south of Branch, kind of where that exactly where that rotation is, that's possible. Gonna have to see a couple more scans. Not sure about that. I don't like how it's co-located with exactly where the rotation is, where you would expect there to be debris, should something actually be on the ground. So we're going to need to look for some reports. Folks up in the booth, not sure what we're looking at there, but it looks like we might have seen something lofted up into the air here just south of Branch a few minutes ago. Branch community under this tornado warning. Charleston, our threat is past. You're still technically in the warning. You'll be erased from it here real soon. The threat is now off to your east. That's going to continue pushing up near Ratcliffe, near Etna, eventually into the Roseville area, Altus, Alex, Denning, all of those towns in the path of this area of rotation. The rotation itself is going to miss Ozark, okay? Your tornado sirens are going off in Ozark. I know it. I know you hear them. I know you hear the NOAA weather radios. I know they're going off as well. Area of rotation is going to stay off to your south. If you live across the river, so we get into Webb City, we get into Etna, we get into the southern part of Franklin County, that's where this concern is going to materialize. It's going to cross briefly into Logan County, northwestern Logan County, before coming back into Franklin and then back into the river bottoms here, the Altus Ozark river bottoms. Grew up in that area, know it very, very, very well. This storm taking a similar path to the tornado that did happen a few years ago. Kind of moved up southern Franklin County, moved into Etna, crossed the river into Alex in Denning. I don't see it as strong as that one, so I don't want us to invoke any unnecessary anxiety or fear, but it is taking a similar path to that one. There's no question about that. It's not moving much. Here's Branch, area of rotation right on top of us in Branch. Definitely need to be in our tornado safety, our tornado safe places, whether that's the innermost room, putting as many walls between you and the exterior as possible, going underground if you got a shelter, that's a wise move as well. Webb City, I think, is probably going to be pretty close to the path of that storm. So I know there's going to be a few folks there watching this evening. Just taking an area-wide view just to make sure nothing else is trying to misbehave without us noticing it. There are several other thunderstorms in northwest Arkansas, back towards eastern Oklahoma, but this one specific storm remains the only one that we're going to be too concerned with. Very concerning signal right here. I'm going to keep a bit of a broader perspective just so we all know who's in that warning and where it is. Here's the concern. Radar just scanned it. We still have that hook. That low-level mesocyclone's there, a little bit weaker than it was, okay? I like the trend, but boy, we've played this game before. I thought we were about to be wrapped up with this storm, and then it decided to pulse back up and produce some pretty strong rotation a few scans ago. So can't let our guards down yet. It's just one scan. We'll have to see what it does as it continues to push into Logan County here real soon. Several ham radio operators in the area. I know if they had seen anything, we have heard about it by now, and I just haven't. I'm looking at everything, monitoring, listening out of my other ear, not seeing or hearing anything just yet, but it certainly bears watching that we're going to have to pay close attention to this specific storm. Hey, Rachel, can we turn off? There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that. We'll put a new storm track on this storm up towards the northeast. Just want to make sure our times aren't changing. It's still maintaining the same speed. Clarksville 9:57, a few minutes to go. Roseville 10:11, Altus 10:18, Coal Hill 10:25. Clarksville, we're a ways away. We're about an hour away from you. I really hope this is able to calm down and weaken before then. As of right now, however, you're definitely in the path of a pretty strong supercell that will be moving your direction. Could move into the Clarksville area. Certainly, if I'm in Coal Hill or Hartman, anywhere there along I-40, west side of Johnson County, I'm going to be paying close attention to this. Here's your supercell right here. Here's your area of rotation. It's weaker, but it's definitely there. I keep looking at debris signature offhand. It's messy. I'm not seeing anything necessarily strong to indicate that we had a lot of debris. Perhaps there was a brief touchdown at one point that lofted something that shouldn't have been in the air. But right now, not seeing anything where it should be. We'll go back to velocity. This shows us areas of rotation. Here it is. Right now, it's back into Logan County, essentially, just to the west of Cawksville. So Cawksville, we're right along Highway 22, State Highway 22. That's where our rotation is. Here's Etna. It's going to be moving pretty close into the Etna area. You know, the Christmas tree farm, the Lane Christmas tree farm, that's where that is, there in Etna. Expect that to come relatively close to the Christmas tree farm there before eventually going back into Logan, crossing the Arkansas River, and that's going to put that in the river bottoms there in the Altus Ozark Denning area. It's there, folks. Rotation's happening. This is a pretty healthy supercell. It may not be as strong as it was, but the rotation is there. Enough rotation that I do believe this warning is warranted. I'd tell you if I didn't think so, but I also will tell you that rotation is certainly evident. It's moving through Cawksville. I think we're crossing State Highway 22 here pretty soon. We'll be back into Franklin County, at least for a time being, before crossing back into Logan. Ozark is going to miss this. You were in the initial warning, but we're going to, and I know you got some heavy rains moving in. You probably got a little bit of wind moving in, but you're not actually under the tornado threat. That warning will probably be redrawn at some point and will exclude Ozark proper. It will include Altus, I'm sure, especially the further south and east we get. Here it is. Pretty gnarly supercell right there. Strong evidence that we've got some rotation, some good healthy inflow into that cell as it continues to push closer and closer to Cawksville. If you were in Cawksville and you were waiting to take those tornado safety precautions, hoping it would let up, it hasn't. It's still there. It's going to be right in this general vicinity. So here's 41 showing up. Here's Kersey Road also showing up. We can probably get a few more roads if there are any, and I know there are, to show up. Here they are. Elm Street, so this is going to be Cawksville. You got Branch just off towards the west. Bach Road, Shaver Road, Corley Road, in this general area. Right now, Brooklyn Road, South Brooklyn Road, you've got to be in your tornado safety spots right now. That's where the rotation is. That's where your strong area of inflow into this hook echo, into the supercell is at the moment. It's going to continue pushing up towards the north and east. As it does, it's going to bring it really close into Cawksville. It's close there now, really. I mean, we're only a few miles outside of town, and this storm's moving at about 30. So we're 2 miles outside of town. Honestly, the radar data is going to be a couple of minutes late anyways, so we're probably seeing that area of rotation in Cawksville right now. Just to be the safe side, let's plan on that being the case. Cawksville, time's up. You got to be in that innermost room where the storm shelters, whatever you've got, whatever your plans include, and now's the time to definitely be there. Carbon City, it's going to get close to you. I think it'll certainly move back towards Gray Rock. And I'll bump this map down just a little bit further. Here's going to be Roseville. Here's going to be Etna. It's going to get really close to you folks in Etna once it comes back into Franklin County. You got a little bit of some elevation here. We'll have to watch to see how those mountains may or may not interact with this specific storm. It's getting a little bit stronger. That rotation, I'm seeing it. Finding those colors a bit more tightly wound up here in Cawksville. Kersey Road, that's where it's at. Really wound up area of rotation. May not be the most defined, but it's stronger than it was a few scans ago. So I wish I could tell you that wasn't the case. I wish I could tell you that rotation is weakening, but it's just not. In fact, I think it continues to strengthen, almost running parallel with 22, State Highway 22 at the moment. It's going to cross towards the north here real soon. It's got more of a northeasterly track to it. We'll go back to rain mode. It's very well organized. There's plenty of effective inflow right into that storm, and for that reason, I don't expect it to start to weaken necessarily anytime soon. Still maintaining that 30 miles per hour towards the north and east. That does put it in Ratcliffe right at 9:55, Roseville 10:11, Altus 10:18, Coal Hill at 10:25. Now, Coal Hill, you're not under the tornado warning yet. I just wanted to give you folks there as early as a heads up as I possibly could. But you very well could find yourself in a warning should that actually be issued. New data just came in. We'll back that off. We'll take a look at what it shows us. Here it's going to be not as pronounced as it once was in Cawksville in terms of overall storm structure. The warning, though, is going to continue. We've dropped Charleston out of the warning as expected. We look at velocities. That tells us what the winds are doing. Maybe coming down. Still some strong rotation though, maybe coming down. Have to watch north of Branch. I don't know, something's happening there too on the backside of that system. In fact, I kind of want to take a look at rain mode just to get an idea. Nothing concerning structure-wise. I think this is going to probably be it for us. The warning still set to expire. It's going to be 10:15. Slowing down. Looks like latest storm track on this has us moving northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So with that brand new information, what I need to do is I need to give you some new updated times of arrival. These are going to change just a bit given that slower speed of the storm. Put the track back on it. It's not changed by much, minimal changes at best. Ratcliffe 9:55, Roseville 10:14, Altus 10:23, Coal Hill 10:30, Hartman at 10:36. Should that continue to maintain its strength. Altus, you're under the tornado warning. Roseville as well. It's a pretty strong supercell. Maybe you've had Sunday evening plans. You were at evening church services this evening and you're curious, just now tuning in to see what's going on. This supercell produced a tornado a little bit earlier this evening in parts of Lafleur County. A very strong rotation crossed the state line, moved through southern Sebastian County, parts of Scott County as well. Now it's moving through Franklin County and Logan. It's kind of riding that county line in that general area. Rotations now just to the south of Etna, really close to Chalksville, getting ready to move at least temporarily back into Franklin County. Here's the line, this white line right here, that's our county line. Just for some context as to where we're looking at. Chalksville here, that tornado warning certainly includes you folks. It's on you right now. If you're in Chalksville, living there anywhere along 23 south, 22, you're certainly under the gun. That area of rotation is moving through your neck of the woods as we speak. Stay in those tornado safe spots. Branch, I can give you the all clear. Branch, we're good. I think you might still have a little bit of wind on the backside of that storm. You might have a little bit of rain, but the tornado threat is now to the east of Branch, moving through Chalksville, and that's going to continue pushing into Franklin County once more, and then back into Logan County. All right, I'm going to toss it over to Bella here real quickly. She's got some new information for us.
Yeah, we are keeping an eye on these storms as they move across. We are keeping a close eye on Coxville right now. That is headed northeast. Things are just still moving. Really, this is the only spot of very active weather that we are watching this evening. We are still seeing storms, some hail out across 5 country, but a lot of our showers are really strong right in this River Valley area. You can see just north of Paris that tornado warning area that we've been talking about. We've been watching it just really starting to move in. So let's head back to Scott.
All right, current time 9:58 there. Continue to track this tornado warning. Right now, strong rotation moving through Chalksville, moving back into Franklin County. It's going to be south of Etna. Roseville, you're next. If you live in the Roseville community, you're next. And then eventually that pushes across the Arkansas River into the Altus, Alex, Denning area, those river bottoms right there. And then eventually we'll push that a little bit closer into Altus. That warning does include Altus, right now set to expire at 10:15. I'm going to move that, reorient it. We can track this storm out. Here's your area of rotation. Strong hook echo right there. Decent amount of rotation has been in that storm. I'll tell you, it's kind of come down the last couple of scans, but as I look at it there again now, it's pretty easy to pinpoint. You see where that green meets up with that red? That's your Doppler radar indicated rotation. That's a stronger signal than it was a few minutes ago, which tells me this storm not necessarily done. Every time you think it's going to pulse down, it decides to pulse back up, which is pretty common, honestly, in these longer track supercells like this. We've been tracking this specific supercell back in Pushmataha County, I think right around 4 o'clock. So this is going on we're coming up on 10 o'clock, and we're still tracking this exact same supercell. It has produced a tornado. We've had confirmation from local officials as well as some storm chasers and some storm spotters. So we know it's a serious storm. We know it means business. We know it's capable of producing that tornado. Okay, right now it is 10 o'clock on the dot. You're probably tuning in for the 10 o'clock news. Chief Meteorologist Scott Cover working alongside meteorologist Bella Grace, tracking a tornado-warned storm. Here's our plan. Our job, our commitment to you is to bring you the most up-to-date life-saving information whenever it's necessary. And right now, this is one of those times. So we're going to continue to track this storm up until when the warning is either allowed to expire or whenever it expires as scheduled right now for 10:15. At that point, we intend to bring you a full newscast with everything that's happened around 5 country over the weekend and get you set up with the newscast with stories that you need to know, news you can use going into the week. Right now, though, our primary concern is this specific cell. That's it. That's the only one that's causing us problems. It's been our monster all evening long. It's been the one that's been tornado warned for, boy, back into southwestern LaFleur County, still maintaining enough rotation that there is danger. And that's why we're tying up your television screen this evening. That's why we've been broadcasting live all over our platforms. We want you to be safe. We know this only impacts a certain amount of folks. We're keeping an eye on things for you too. Right now, though, those showers and storms to the north, they're just not severe. In Washington, Benton, Madison, Carroll, Crawford counties, even our Oklahoma counties as well. Not severe there. This is it. This is the only warning we've got. And so we're going to ride this out for a little bit longer. Rotation now back in Franklin County. Moved through Cokesville. It's now back in Franklin County. It'll be here for the next 5 to 10 minutes before eventually pushing right back into Logan County. You get into those weird county lines in that part of the area, and you're pretty much going to be dancing back and forth. Highway 22, if you live along Highway 22, I think this area of rotation is now just pushed just to your north. It's not going to impact Paris. So I'm seeing a couple of text messages from some folks in Paris. You're okay. This warning, it's just to the west and the north of you. But even then, the threat's actually going to pass off a few miles to your north and west. So we're not under any threat for those of us here in Paris. You're okay. Grey Rock might be a bit of a different story. We're going to get really close. If that maintains its track, I think we passed really close to Grey Rock, getting closer to actually Roseville. So that's going to be State Highway 309. Miss Hillard, one of my teachers, lives there on State Highway 309. I know she's watching right now, and I know that she's taking her tornado safety precautions as she should, and anyone else that does live in that tornado polygon needs to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. This storm kind of taking a very similar track to the tornado a few years ago that moved up from southern Franklin County through Etna, through Altus, Alex, Denning. There was a fatality with that storm. I'm not seeing anything that suggests it's near as strong as that tornado, but it's taking a very similar track, right? Here's your rotation. It's getting close to Etna right now. You find those greens interacting with those reds. That's where we have our concern. Roseville, you're next. I think you're going to be the next population center that probably interacts or sees this area of rotation move through your neck of the woods. That's the Arkansas River right there. Once it crosses the Arkansas River, it's in the river bottoms in the Altus area. It's going to pass near Davis Lake. That's a landmark some folks will know. It's certainly going to move really close to the Roseville area. You get a little bit closer into there. Yeah, I think that warning may very well be extended a little bit further unless we get some weakening soon. And that's possible. It's moving slow enough. It's possible. Right now, it's set to stop right at Alex. So here's your warning line in red and black right there. That's where the warning stops. It's going to cross Roseville, move into Denning, and eventually into the Alex community right there. A lot of folks there know well, so I hope we're taking those tornado safety precautions this evening. If you're just now tuning in, one supercell that has a history of producing tornadoes and continues to show some pretty strong signs of rotation. It's got a pretty impressive inflow notch right here. This kink in the line, or this hook echo, very well defined. It has been for quite some time, and it's just not showing a lot of signs of weakening out there. In fact, it's maintaining itself. It's like it's just got just enough of that storm fuel available to it to continue maintaining its intensity and its strength, and it's not letting up. I wish it was. I wish we could tell you, you know what, you can go to bed and it's fine. But unfortunately, that threat continues, and that threat has produced a tornado earlier. That's the signal alone, just telling you what I'm thinking, what's going on through my head. The visual representation of that supercell alone is enough to concern me. But also knowing the backstory of this storm, as we've tracked it all afternoon and all evening, I become even more concerned. So here's Etna, our rotation passing a mile or two to the southeast of Etna. If we're in Etna, let's go ahead and stay put, at least for a couple more scans. Peter Pender, rain continues, all clear. Meg, all clear. Branch, all clear with this specific storm. Getting ready to cross back into Logan. It's not going to be there long before we see it move back into Franklin County. Roseville's next. I will say it kind of tightened up there a little bit. That low-level cyclone getting a little bit more wound up. That hook echo is trying to start to close itself. Rotation, pretty easy to pinpoint right here over the Etna community along that Franklin-Logan County line, soon to go to Roseville. So if we're in Roseville, time's up. It's time to go ahead and be taking those tornado safety precautions. It's been a minute since I've put a track on this to give you an estimated time of arrival, so let's go ahead and do that. Perhaps there's some folks just now tuning in, wondering how long you got to put the tennis shoes on. Not necessarily a long time if you're in Roseville. 10:13, Alex at 10:22. Coal Hill, which is not technically in the morning, nor is Hartman, but I want to give you as much lead time as possible. So right around 10:30 for both of those locations there, should it maintain its strength. Unfortunately, we thought it was really diminishing earlier, and it is pulsed back up right before the warning was set to expire. So we're sticking with it. It's our commitment to you to keep everyone safe and informed and help you make good decisions for you and your family so everyone stays safe. I'll just tell you where this is moving in is an area I know really well. I grew up in those Altus Ozark river bottoms. So here's the river right here. Here's going to be Davis Lake. And then you get to the carbon plant right over here, probably. I think it's going to be right in this general area. Carbon Plant Road that runs north into Altus, that intersects with US 64. We're going to get really close to that. In fact, Uncle Mark, there's some others down there that live Altus Ozark area down here. It's time. Let's go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. I'd like you to do that for me, if you will. It'll make me feel better knowing that you're going to go ahead and take those safety precautions. Here's a look at that gnarly hook echo. You look right into it, and it's got some pretty strong inflow into it. And that's the structure that just continues to concern me with this storm. The structure itself is one thing. You look at the velocities, or really that's just a fancy way of saying winds, the speeds and the directions of the wind, and it's as impressive for us too, right? Maybe not as tightly wound up and as strongly defined as it once was. I would consider that some good news based off of that latest data. I want to look at it a bit differently. Still kind of see it when you look at it from this perspective, moving into Roseville, getting really close to the river, soon to cross into Roseville. Keep in mind this radar data is at least a couple of minutes behind. So you know, we're probably looking at that rotation, if it's there still in the area of Roseville. Okay, unfortunately, we have a new tornado warning coming. This one's going to be for Carroll County. So I'm taking a broader perspective. You see a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm now moving into Carroll County. Osage, Carrollton, Green Forest coming pretty close to you. Right now it's a severe thunderstorm warning. Right now what's happening is the Weather Service is typing up and drawing out a tornado warning. It's going to be populating on our map anytime. There it is, Osage and Carrollton now under a brand new tornado warning. This storm really pulsed up over the last few minutes as it moved out of parts of Madison County. Here's Green Forest, not technically in the warning. Berryville, we're okay. This is going to be southeastern Carroll County. And that is going to continue. Let's see, when is that warning? That's going to be set to expire at about 11 o'clock. My guess is it probably moves out of the area a little bit sooner than that. We take a wider perspective all across 5 country, and we don't find a lot of activity. But what is out there is pretty strong. And you know, you really want to see these storm systems develop into complexes and clusters of thunderstorms. That often means those individual cells compete against each other for all the energy and the fuel in the atmosphere. But that didn't happen this evening. They've stayed somewhat discreet, and because they've stayed somewhat discreet, they're really able to enjoy all the storm fuel, all the moisture, all the shear across the area. And that's what's happened for us in parts of the River Valley and now northwestern Arkansas. This is going to be extreme eastern Carroll County. It's not going to be in our viewing area for too much longer, but nonetheless, a tornado warning. That one runs until 11 o'clock unless it moves out a little bit sooner. You can take a closer look at that. It's a messy signal, but there's definitely some rotation, probably some stronger rotation with that system near Osage. Osage, here's your rotation moving towards the northeast. Carrollton. You see those blues and the greens, that's your rotation couplet. I want to point something out though. We're looking from the Fort Smith radar, which is a ways away, and given that the earth is round, right? So the radar beam's a little bit higher in the sky. So we're seeing some, probably some more mid-level rotation with this system. That's as low as we can get is the mid-levels. On the contrary, the storm moving through Franklin County right now, we're closer to the radar, so we're able to see a little bit closer to the ground, and that tells us rotation closer to the ground. Obviously, we're closer to that tornado potential. Nonetheless, what I'm seeing there, even in the mid-levels with that system in Osage and Carrollton, certainly going to be pretty strong. Heavy downpours moving in, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, gusty winds at a minimum. If there's not a tornado, you're definitely going to have some straight line winds up to about 60 miles per hour. Cap's pretty weak there. We talked about the cap, what that means for us. These storms are able to break the cap. And once they do, that's when they're able to enjoy all that moisture. So we go back to the River Valley with that tornado warned storm. Looks like we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that's being issued downstream for parts of Johnson County. That may very well replace the tornado warning that's still right now continuing for Roseville. Soon it moves right back into Franklin County. That severe thunderstorm warning now includes Coal Hill. Looks like it does not include Clarksville. Does include Spadra, however. Clarksville, Hartman, you're under that severe thunderstorm warning. That one is specifically going to run, let's see, until 10:45 this evening. So that new severe thunderstorm warning running until 10:45. We're going to take another look at this rotation here with this specific storm where there is a wall cloud near Roseville. It's right along the Arkansas River. That's going to be tracking towards the Denning, the Altus, and the Liberty communities. Wall cloud, strong rotation, strong structure. Hear me say this. I know we've been with this all evening long, and you're probably sick of it. Trust me, I am too. This is a life-threatening situation, and it's moving into an area that is rather favorable for severe storms. Now we have eyes on it. We have a spotter, and I know who it is. N5XMZ. He's been around a while. He knows what he's doing. He's looking at this storm, and he's seeing that wall cloud at Roseville. It's crossing the Arkansas River. I don't know if it'll show up on this map. So here's Roseville. There's going to be a church right here. Here's the Arkansas River. Interestingly, right across the river is a place called Covert Landing. That's right in those Altus river bottoms. I was there just earlier this week. That's going to be crossing into your area. I hate to do this. Mallard Lane, you're next, right? So here's the family farm. Here's Carbon Plant Road. Here's Mallard Lane. That area of rotation, that wall cloud's soon going to cross right over it. And that's going to continue pushing into the Alex and Denning areas. So let's go ahead and really be taking those tornado safety precautions real quickly. I thought that may be coming down, but if we in fact do have eyes on a wall cloud, a lowering of a wall cloud, we need to take that very seriously. And I know folks there are doing it. Roseville right here. So this is where we saw that wall cloud. Soon to cross the Arkansas River. Keep in mind, this radar data is a couple of minutes behind. So we're probably on top of the river, if not already in the bottoms. In fact, if I had to guess, we're probably already in the bottoms there. County Road 98, Plum Street, Mallard Lane. You're going to be in the path of this storm. Ginny Road, East Cole Road. Here's Alex. So here's going to be Davis Lake. That's a really good duck hunting spot. Well, used to be anyways. That's area rotation about to cross right over the Davis Lake area. Here's Plum Street, here's County Road 98, here's Alex. That area of rotation right there continues. Brand new information, those spotters reporting. eyes on a wall cloud with that specific storm. That warning was set to expire at 10:15. With that information now in mind, we'll have to determine what the Weather Service is going to do with regards to continuing that warning. We do have another one. I am acutely aware of you folks here in Carroll County, Osage community. Here's 412. We got to be in our safe spots. Pretty decent mid-level rotation with this storm. I can put that back on for us. We've probably got some new data to take a look at, and it's going to give us an idea. Oh boy, yeah, that's certainly some very strong rotation moving into Carrollton. That's increased since the last time we looked at it. You see how bright those blues meeting up with those reds? Those are opposing winds, and that's going to be moving towards Carrollton, outside of the county line. At that point, that tornado warning will be being issued out of the National Weather Service in Little Rock. Very strong rotation. Weather Service seeing that as well. That's going to be approaching the interchange 412 and 62. Not concerned with Green Forest. You're okay. It's going to come real close to you, though, about halfway between Green Forest and Osage, moving through Carrollton. Here's State Highway 412. Very, very strong rotation moving through. So what's strange is we really believed that with the setting of the sun, these storms were going to lose some of their fuel. But what's happening is not only with this one, but that second one moving through Franklin County also starting to pick up a little bit of steam. So they're tapping into something that's out there. I'll say the Carrollton and the Carroll County storm a bit more impressive. Weather Service has allowed the tornado warning for our Franklin and Logan and Johnson County storms to expire. It's now been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. Certainly some good structure there. Hook echo moving through the river bottoms, but that rotation, we'll just double check just to be on the safe side. While it's there, it's some loose rotation going through the Altus bottoms. It's not all that impressive right now. Really, that Carroll County storm, maybe the strongest rotation I've seen all night, which is quite surprising. So at this point, we're utilizing the radar beam out of Springfield. That's going to be our closest one. Here's going to be the Osage community. Here's Carrollton. You get close to 412. This is moving really close to you folks right there. Now, I know there's a lot of different television options in that part of the state, so once this crosses the county line, we'll be able to give you an all clear, at least for our purposes here on Channel 5. That's some really strong rotation. In fact, we've got to take a look at debris tracker. I'm not seeing anything right now. You back it up. There could have been a tornado. There's a weak drop in the correlation coefficient right there. A couple of pixels. It's weak, but it's there for sure. As that moves through Osage, you get a little bit closer into real time. Not seeing debris right now being lofted into the sky, but I certainly see some really strong rotation. Boy, that's probably the strongest rotation I've seen all evening long. And that's going to be moving really close to that 412 interchange. Here's Carrollton, here's Osage. If you live anywhere along 412 between Carrollton and Osage, definitely want to be in your safe place. If there's not a tornado on the ground right now, there very well could be in the next few minutes. Let's track that out. I don't know how many towns we're going to get to pop up, but we're going to try our best. Let's see, how fast is that storm moving? That warning is in effect until 11 o'clock. Specifically, the warning is moving at 35 miles per hour, so the same as these others all evening long. You push it out a little bit further. Carrollton at 10:29. I mean, right now it's 10:18, so we're real close. Bear Creek Springs, 10:48. Community of Self, 11:05. Belleville, 11:17. Diamond City, 11:32. Very strong rotation moving into your area. It is likely rain wrapped, and you can see that based off just looking at the rain here. So you don't see that strong hook echo. You don't see that strong structure that we saw elsewhere. But if you look at just the winds alone, boy, oh boy, that is some really strong rotation there in eastern Carroll County. Looks like we are getting a debris report, damage report from earlier in the evening out of Hartford, Arkansas. Doesn't surprise me at all. Looks like some trees down, 2 vehicles damaged, which is certainly in line with what we were seeing as that storm tracked across the Arkansas state line earlier this evening. We look at velocity once more, maintaining our eye right here on this concerning signal of rotation. We've trimmed the warning a little bit, so we've given the all clear for a few folks. That's why it's pulsing back up, and you're looking at it right now. Radar indicated, and we continue to see that signal, very strong radar indicated rotation, telling us that if a tornado is not on the ground at this moment, it very well could be as it pushes into Carrollton, soon crossing the county line. With that specific system, moving slowly as well, just like all the other storms this evening. None of them are necessarily in a hurry to get out of the area. Good news is you got a couple of minutes to put the tennis shoes on, get to those safe places, put something over your head, maybe make a couple of phone calls if you know some folks in this area. Coin community as well, also included in that warning. Omaha, that community also included in the far northern extent of that warning. Right now, the most pressing signal we've seen all evening long is this area of rotation. Mind you, we are still looking somewhat higher up in the tornado, up in the sky. This Springfield radar is the closest we can get to give us a pretty decent signal. But even if you look at it from maybe a more southern radar, there's still certainly a little bit as of a concerning of a signature. It's on the top of your screen here. Still certainly some rotation. You get far away from those radar sites and you're no longer looking at the surface. You're only looking at mid to upper level rotation. But when it's as strong as that one is, there's no question about it that rotation's probably making its way to the ground. Now in Carrollton, brand new information. Latest scan coming in. We'll take a tighter look at that. And I think what we're also going to do is we're going to do some examination of these specific winds into the system, and we're going to get an idea of what the gate-to-gate shear is. About 98 miles an hour. That's as strong as we've seen. Again, we're looking up, but that's, you get close to 100 and you have a pretty stinking good chance of having a tornado. I think that is probably happening. Minimally, you've got 60 to 70 mile per hour winds coming together, and imagine 60 to 70 mile per hour winds just coming together. Well, that's where your rotation is, from opposing directions, and that's what we see. That's what these blues and these reds represent. Red's blowing away from the radar, the blues and the greens blowing towards it, and you get that tightly wound up rotation right now, hugging that county line. Folks up in the booth, I know it's 10:21. We're nearing the end of our stint with this specific system, so if we want to get our team in place to resume a newscast, or just let me know that we are. Okay, awesome. All right, I think we're probably just a few minutes away from being done with this storm. Not that it's necessarily done, it's just moving out of our viewing area. Carrollton, right here, very strong rotation with that specific system. While we're waiting on an update there, we're going to go back to the River Valley. I just want to check on that storm one more time. A little bit of rotation continues there in far southeastern Franklin County in the river bottoms. It's going to move into Johnson County near Coal Hill at Hartman here real soon. Very weak rotation though, not overly concerned with it. A lot of heavy rain, probably getting a little bit of hail to fall out of this storm as well. If I had to guess, it's probably smaller sized hail. We're talking pea size, dime size maybe. A lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, heavy rain, no question about it. And that's going to be crossing I-40 here shortly. We'll go back to our one tornado warning that remains for Carroll County. They're trimming up that warning. We take a closer look at it, and we do continue to find that area of rotation right here in Carrollton. It's going to be rain wrap, folks. You're not going to see it. It's really strong rotation. It may be the strongest we've seen all night. But with that said, the structure of the storm doesn't exactly lend itself to the ability to actually see it. It looks like we actually did have a potential tornado on the ground with that Carroll County storm, I'm being told. At least some reports may be coming in that may be the case. It doesn't surprise me at all. We'll take a look at our debris tracker. Did we see any debris lofted in the air over the last 15 minutes? I really go back to that signal there in Osage. It certainly looks like there may have been something at some point. It's a weaker signal, but it could have been a lower end tornado, a tornado nonetheless. Certainly something that is concerning for the folks that live there in Carroll County. And soon, that's actually going to move out of Carroll County. And eventually, you can see that warning picks up for Boone County until 11 o'clock. Yeah, maybe there was a little bit of debris there. Very, very difficult to tell that far away up in the sky from our Joplin radar. That's the closest one to it. So just keep that in mind. Emergency managers there in Carroll County are headed to the Osage area along 412, where that rotation has been, to do some damage assessments. Right now, though, our rotation continues here in Carroll County. Soon it's going to move into Boone County. Carroll County right here. Carrollton right on that county line, right? 412, it's going to intersect there. We'll go back to the rotation. Has it come down any at all? The answer is not really. The answer is it's still very well-defined rotation. It's not moving much. I do suspect we'll get another radar picture to come in any minute, and it may give us some better indicators as to what that storm's doing. But it's possible we've had a tornado on the ground there. Certainly saw some damage with considerable threat for damage in that specific area of rotation. This data, though, as well as all the lightning upticks, you start to see those lightning markers come back on air, especially around 412 and Coin. That tells me that storm's still pretty healthy. We may be nearing our time coming to a completion with that specific cell, but it's going to continue moving into Boone County. So folks there in Boone County are going to be concerned with that specific cell right there. All right, coming up on 1026, unfortunately, our newscast, if we have one, may go on late. I'm looking for some indication. Got it, excellent. Okay, we're going to stick with this cell until it crosses the county line, okay? Or gets pretty close to it. And then we're going to go to a brief commercial break. I'm just sharing with folks at home, full transparency, what our plans are. And then we'll come back and deliver that 10 o'clock newscast to you. It's just going to be a little bit late, but we thank you for your patience. And we thank you for sticking with us. Life-saving information. No, it doesn't apply to everyone at all the time, but I promise you the folks that live in these areas of rotation, the folks in Heavener that had a tornado likely earlier this evening, I promise you that they really enjoy the information and find it useful to stay safe. So that's our goal here. That's our only goal, is to keep folks safe, even though sometimes it can be a bit exhausting for a lot of us. Looks like we do have something happening here in Madison County. We'll have to